This is not by accident. Heaven has pressed pause on everything around you so that you may hear this word. You are not like the rest. You are not forgotten. You are not wandering without reason. You were handpicked, marked, and set apart long before the world ever spoke your name. Every moment you have walked, every tear you have shed, every time you have felt like you did not belong, these have all been threads woven into the greater design. Chosen one. Consider how even in the quietest hours, when no one else saw your struggles, heaven saw. Every sigh that escaped your lips was recorded. Every hidden tear became a seed in the soil of destiny. You may have felt unseen by people, but you were never unseen by God. The world overlooks, but heaven documents. Nothing you endured was wasted. Every ounce of pain is being converted into divine purpose. There were moments when you thought you were falling apart, yet something held you together. That was not luck. That was not chance. That was the unseen hand of God, shielding you from collapse, holding you until you could stand again. Your survival is not ordinary. It is evidence that you are marked. You did not simply make it through. You were carried through, because your mission has not yet been fulfilled. And now you stand in this moment, hearing these words. Not by coincidence, but by orchestration. God designed this exact second to interrupt your day. Why? Because He refuses to let you drift aimlessly. You were never created to live half awake. You were created to burn with purpose, to shine in darkness, to walk as one chosen. That is why the message comes to you with such urgency. This is not the time to shrink back. Do not let the enemy whisper lies that you are too broken, too late, or too weak. None of that holds power against the truth of your calling. What God has spoken over you cannot be revoked by doubt, by failure, or by delay. You are still on schedule. Even if the journey feels longer than you expected, lift your head. Chosen one. The path may be hidden, but it is not gone. Trust that step by step, it will unfold. Trust that the timing of heaven is perfect. Your story is not behind, it is right on track. The appointed hour will reveal itself, and you will walk in it without fear. It was proclaimed in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 1, verse 7. For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound mind. Hear this well. Fear does not define you. Hesitation does not chain you. Heaven's design has marked you with courage, strength, and clarity. The world may try to convince you otherwise, but divine identity always outweighs human opinion. Think of this: many rise and fall. Countless lives fade into silence. But you are different. Have you not noticed how survival has clung to you even in impossible circumstances? There were times you should have been destroyed, yet mercy pulled you back. There were moments the storm was stronger than your strength, yet somehow you did not drown. That is no coincidence, it is evidence. Evidence that God has never taken His eyes off you. You feel the weight of separation. You tried to blend in, but the crowd never welcomed you. You attempted to follow their rhythm, but their pace exhausted you. Do you not see? You are not designed to rush into shallow victories. Your path is hidden for a reason. Heaven reveals in steps, not in shortcuts. You are not meant to sprint. You are meant to ascend. Every scar upon your soul is not a punishment. It is preparation. You thought rejection was cruelty, but it was training ground. You thought loneliness was abandonment, but it was holy isolation, so you could hear the voice that others drown out with noise. Beloved chosen one, your wilderness has been your classroom. The silence you feared was the whisper of destiny shaping your spirit. There is a reason why the darkness fears you. You carry a light that disturbs every scheme of the enemy. Even when you feel small, your presence shifts the atmosphere. You were never meant to be ordinary. Ordinary breaks under pressure, but you have endured. Ordinary bends to the crowd, but you stand apart. Ordinary hides in comfort, but you were birthed for fire. Do not let impatience rob you of glory. The rush of this world is a trap. They will tell you to chase, to hurry, to seize control. But the kingdom does not function on their clock. Your delays are divine. Your waiting is working. God is not late, he is precise. If he withholds, it is to protect. If he closes doors, it is to redirect. If he pauses your steps, it is because the appointed season has not yet come. Understand this truth: the crown you seek is not cheap. It cannot be earned by speed. It must be forged by endurance. Your anointing requires weight, and weight requires time. When you finally arrive, the path will open like dawn breaking after the longest night. And the world will know you did not climb by your own ambition. You were lifted by divine hands. Chosen one, feel this urgency. You cannot give up here. You cannot surrender to despair or settle for imitation blessings. The true inheritance waits, and it will be revealed. Your story has not even reached its peak. The best chapters are not behind you. They are unfolding even now. This moment is holy. Do not let it pass as just another scroll, just another word. This is God's call directly into your life. Do not take it lightly. He has placed eternity inside you, and eternity cannot be rushed. Now pause and seal this moment. If you hear this word resonating in the deepest part of your spirit, if you know heaven is speaking directly to you, then step into faith. Show your obedience. Like, share, and subscribe so this word may continue to flow into your life and the lives of others who are also searching. And in the comments, type this prophetic number as a declaration of alignment: 999. Your journey begins now. Not in speed, but in surrender. Chosen one, there is a sacred hush that comes before the call. You know it well, even if you have never named it. Those sleepless nights when your mind was racing, those hours when you stared into the darkness and wondered if you would ever feel whole again, those were not wasted. Heaven was drawing a curtain of silence around you, not as punishment, but as preparation. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 46, verse 10, "Be still, and know that I am God." Stillness does not come naturally to you. The world has trained you to measure your value by noise, by activity, by endless striving. But God has trained you in the art of waiting, in the quiet discipline of listening when no one else can hear. You felt abandoned, but in reality, you were being invited into a deeper awareness of the one who never leaves you. Do you remember the tears that stained your pillow? Each drop fell with a question: why me? Why this? Why now? And yet, as those questions lingered without answers, something else was happening inside of you. You were being softened. You were being emptied of illusions. You were being prepared to carry more than comfort. You were being trained to carry glory. The silence is not easy. It feels like exile. It feels like God has withdrawn his voice. But listen carefully when the teacher is silent. It is not because he has abandoned you. It is because he is watching to see if you will trust what he already spoke. Faith is not tested in the flood of signs. It is tested in the absence of them. You long for confirmation, but heaven longs for your surrender. Your journey into quiet has not been wasted. Every lonely season, every moment when your heart ached for belonging, every misunderstanding you endured, these became chisels in the hand of the divine. They carved away pride, carved away false identities, carved away the noise of a world that would have drowned out your purpose. Do you not see the very thing you resented was the very thing that made room for your true calling? In that silence, you learned the language of heaven. You began to recognize subtle movements, an unexpected thought that brought peace, a sudden sense of strength when you should have collapsed, a gentle nudge toward choices that preserved you. Those were not coincidences. They were small, deliberate whispers teaching you to discern. A chosen one does not live on obvious signs alone. A chosen one learns to read the invisible currents. And in that stillness, your soul learned to breathe again. You realized that not all growth looks like progress. Sometimes the deepest growth happens underground, where no one sees it. Roots stretch downward before branches ever appear. What the world mocks as stagnation is, in fact, your foundation. While others rushed ahead into shallow success, you were being anchored into something eternal. Do you not remember how often you felt overlooked? You stood in circles where your voice was ignored, where your presence was minimized. Yet what seemed like rejection was actually protection. If they had celebrated you too early, you might have mistaken their applause for your identity. Heaven knew the danger of premature crowns. That is why God hid you. Why he shielded you from the spotlight until you could stand under its weight without crumbling. You are not behind. You are not late. You are precisely where you need to be. The silence you despised was the womb of destiny. Just as a child is formed unseen before entering the world, so too your calling has been developing in secret. And when the time is right, what was hidden will be revealed. Think back to those long hours of questioning. What you saw as unanswered prayers were not ignored, they were banked. Heaven collects every petition, and when the season aligns, answers come suddenly, overflowing, undeniable. That is why you must not despise the quiet. It is not the end of the story, it is the stage being set. The path of the chosen is rarely loud. It is often marked by obscurity, by stretches of silence, by long nights when you feel forgotten. But the truth is, this silence is the sound of God at work. You cannot always hear him moving, but you can trust that he is moving. And in that trust, you are being reshaped. This hush before the call is not accidental. It is deliberate. It is God teaching you to trust him without evidence, to walk forward without confirmation, to remain steadfast when you cannot see. For if you can endure the silence, you will be unshakable in the storm. If you can remain faithful when nothing is happening, you will be unstoppable when everything begins to happen at once. Chosen one. The world misunderstands your stillness. They think you are stuck. They think you are hesitant. They think you are wasting time. But you know better. Deep inside, you sense the tension of becoming. You feel the weight of something stirring, something forming, something waiting to break forth. That wait is the evidence that you are chosen. That silence is proof that you are marked. And so you wait not idly, but faithfully. You wait with ears tuned to whispers, with eyes searching for subtle signs, with a heart ready to obey at the first command. You are not wasting time, you are investing it. Every moment of quiet strengthens you for what comes next. Every hidden season builds the resilience you will need when the doors swing wide. Be at peace in the hush. Do not resent it. Do not flee from it. Embrace it as sacred. For the quiet before the call is not empty, it is pregnant with promise. Soon the stillness will break, and the voice of destiny will thunder. When it does, you will be ready, because you learned how to be still. Chosen one. Look closely at your journey. You have walked through nights of silence, and you have carried burdens heavier than most. Yet now you begin to see flickers of light that others dismiss. A chance encounter that altered your path. A timely word that gave you strength to continue. An opportunity that seemed to appear out of nowhere. These are not accidents. They are signals. They are hints that heaven has been guiding you step by step, though you could not always recognize the hand that led you. The Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Corinthians, chapter 2, verse 9, "What no eye has seen, what no ear has heard, and what no human mind has conceived, the things God has prepared for those who love him." This is not poetic exaggeration, this is revelation. The things you cannot yet see are already prepared. The pathways you cannot yet trace are already written. You do not stumble forward blindly. You are walking on a blueprint crafted long before you breathed your first breath. Beloved, think of those moments when the odds were against you, just as you were ready to collapse. Strength came just when you had given up on yourself. A word, a person, or a circumstance showed up that shifted everything. That was not random. That was divine interruption. Heaven knows exactly when to step in and remind you, you are chosen. You are not forgotten. You are not abandoned. Do not underestimate the power of these small miracles. To the casual observer, they seem insignificant, but to the chosen one, they are signposts. Each one says, you are still on the path. You are still in the plan. You may not yet see the destination, but the glimpses are proof that it exists. God does not tease with false hope. He confirms with small evidence so that your faith may grow. Have you not noticed how you have been preserved? Many others faced what you faced and did not survive. Yet here you are, still standing, still breathing, still receiving these words. That is a miracle in itself. You were not preserved for nothing. Preservation means purpose. If you are still alive, it is because the work assigned to you is not finished. Chosen one. Signs will continue to follow you because you walk with heaven's fingerprint upon your life. But beware, not every door is divine, and not every voice is trustworthy. That is why discernment is critical. Learn to weigh every opportunity, every invitation, every open path. Ask, does this align with the voice of God I have come to know in stillness? Does this feed my spirit or only my ego? Does this path draw me nearer to purpose? Or does it distract me with empty gain? You are not to rush at every open door. The enemy knows how to decorate traps to look like blessings, but the spirit within you knows the difference. If peace is absent, step back. If the fruit is bitter, do not eat. If the light feels false, wait for the true dawn. You are not desperate, You are chosen. And the chosen do not scramble for scraps, they wait for their inheritance. Think about the shepherd boy David before he was crowned. Oil was poured on his head, yet he returned to the field. Signs were present, but the throne was not yet in his hands. It was years later, through trials, battles, and testing, that he stepped into kingship. So too with you, the signs you see now are oil upon your head, not yet the crown upon your brow. They confirm the promise, but they do not accelerate the timeline. And so you must live with eyes wide open. Expect small confirmations. Cherish little miracles. Write them down. Remember them. Because one day you will look back and see how each one pointed toward the greater promise. What feels ordinary now will one day be the proof that heaven was always walking beside you. But do not keep silent. Speak it. Declare it. Anchor it. This is why I ask you now, comment I hear you. Lord, write those 4 words as a seal upon this moment. Because every declaration is more than text on a screen, it is agreement in the Spirit. When you comment, you are not just responding to me. You are responding to heaven itself. You are saying, yes, I recognize the signs. Yes, I see the small miracles. Yes, I choose to remain aligned. This is your prophetic act, your public affirmation that you refuse to let the enemy silence your recognition of God's hand in your story. Do not underestimate such small acts of obedience. They are powerful. Every time you declare alignment, you fortify your spirit. Every time you bear witness to the signs, you weaken the grip of doubt. Every time you write, I hear you, Lord, you anchor yourself deeper in trust. Do not let hesitation rob you of this prophetic agreement. Speak it, type it, seal it, and as you continue walking, more signs will unfold. You will hear whispers in places you least expect. You will encounter people who speak words you needed at the exact moment you needed them. You will face closed doors that protect you from destruction. And you will later give thanks for the very denials that once disappointed you. This is how the chosen one lives, eyes sharpened to see God's hand where others see nothing. Do not despise the day of small confirmations. Celebrate them. They are not random, they are rehearsals for glory. If you can rejoice over small miracles, you will be ready to carry the weight of greater ones. If you can honor the whisper, you will be trusted with the thunder. If you can treasure the hidden sign, you will one day stand unshaken in the open revelation. Chosen one, the path will reveal itself. You are not lost. You are not wandering without direction. You are moving in rhythm with the divine. Trust the process. Recognize the signs, and keep your spirit attuned. For the same God who whispered to you in the silence will continue to guide you with unmistakable confirmations until the promise unfolds in full. Chosen one, the weight you have carried is not an accident. Every burden that bent your shoulders, every responsibility that seemed heavier than your years, every invisible pressure you endured, none of it was random. The hand of heaven allowed it, not to break you, but to shape you. The path of the chosen is never paved with ease. It is marked by assignments that feel beyond your strength. According to what is revealed in the book of Matthew, chapter 11, verse 28, "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest." This is not simply an invitation to comfort, it is an unveiling of truth. You were never meant to carry your weight alone. The one who chose you has also committed to sustain you. But before you could know that rest, you had to first know the weight. Before you could trust his strength, you had to experience the limits of your own. Think of the years when your heart longed for relief, yet the burdens did not lift. You pleaded for rescue, but instead, you found endurance growing in your spirit. At first, it felt cruel, but later you began to understand heaven was training you for assignments beyond ordinary capacity. Where others would crumble, you would stand. Where others would break, you would endure. Because through the weight, you discovered reservoirs of strength you did not know existed. The weight you carry is not punishment, it is preparation. Gold is not refined in comfort, but in fire. Diamonds are not formed in softness, but under pressure. So too with your destiny, it could not be cultivated in ease. It required resistance, struggle, and the kind of heaviness that forced you to draw upon a strength greater than your own. Without the weight, your wings would remain weak. With it, you are forged into one who can rise. Yes, you felt misunderstood. Others judged your heaviness without knowing its purpose. They thought you were cursed, when in fact you were consecrated. They saw burdens. Heaven saw blessings disguised as training. While they mocked your struggle, God was preparing your spirit to steward responsibility they could never handle. Their ridicule was evidence of your difference, proof that your journey was not meant to mirror theirs. Have you not noticed how you survived what others did not? That was the weight working within you. The load sharpened your focus, disciplined your desires, and purified your motives. Without it, you might have pursued shallow crowns and temporary pleasures. But the weight reminded you of eternity. It humbled you, even as it strengthened you. It taught you to value what lasts over what fades. Chosen one, you must understand this truth. Weight reveals worth. God would not entrust you with burdens if he had not already equipped you to carry them. He does not place heavy mantles on fragile shoulders. If the load seems unbearable, it is because your destiny is uncommon. The magnitude of your calling demands capacity, and capacity is built through pressure. Yet even in the heaviness, you were never alone. Though you felt the crushing force of life, invisible hands held you steady. There were moments when despair whispered you could not go on, but strength surged at the last second. That was not coincidence, it was divine partnership. You bore the weight, but you did not bear it alone. Every step you took, heaven matched your stride. The heaviness shaped your vision, while others looked for shortcuts. You learned patience, while others chased comfort. You discovered resilience, while others avoided difficulty. You pressed through it. And now, though the journey continues, you carry an authority born of suffering. People may not see it at first glance, but the weight has carved lines of wisdom into your spirit. You are not naive, you are tested. You are not fragile, you are fortified. Think of the countless nights you almost surrendered. You questioned whether the struggle was worth it, whether the weight would ever lift. And yet, you remained. That in itself is testimony. The weight that could have destroyed you became the very thing that defined you. It stripped away illusions and left you with what cannot be shaken. That is the paradox of the chosen. What seemed meant to destroy you is revealed as the very thing that saves you. There is purpose in every heavy load. The relationships that broke your heart taught you discernment. The responsibilities you carried too young trained you in endurance. The losses you endured taught you to value what remains. The rejections you faced taught you resilience. Every burden came with a hidden lesson, and together they formed a character capable of carrying glory. Chosen one, your weight is not wasted. It is the divine gymnasium where your spirit is trained. It has strengthened your back, sharpened your mind, and expanded your heart. You know compassion because you have been crushed. You know mercy because you have longed for it. You know perseverance because you had no choice but to continue. All of these are treasures hidden within the heaviness. And though the weight has been great, remember the promise: rest is yours. Not the shallow rest the world offers, but the deep rest of knowing you are carried. The invitation still stands. Lay your burdens at his feet. You do not surrender the calling. You surrender the illusion that you must carry it by yourself. In that surrender, the yoke becomes light, and the journey becomes bearable. So do not despise the weight you carry. Honor it as sacred training. Recognize it as a mark of divine trust. You were chosen not despite the heaviness, but through it. And when the path ahead reveals the crown, you will know without doubt that every burden was worth it. For only those who carried weight can carry glory. Chosen one, do you feel it? The tension between mercy and waiting? You have wondered why God sometimes holds back, why he delays answers, why he allows the silence to stretch longer than you expected. Yet behind that delay, there is a strategy. Mercy is not always about granting your request in the moment. Sometimes mercy pauses, because if the blessing came too soon, it would destroy you instead of build you. The ancient words recorded in the second letter of Peter, chapter 3, verse 9, declare, "The Lord is not slow in keeping his promise, as some understand slowness. Instead, he is patient with you, not wanting anyone to perish, but everyone to come to repentance." Hear this carefully. What looks like slowness is not delay, it is divine patience. What feels like denial is, in reality, the careful alignment of heaven's perfect timing. Mercy has often paused in your life. That closed door you hated, it was not rejection, it was protection. That unanswered prayer that left you confused, it was mercy standing between you and a danger you could not see. That season when everything felt frozen, it was not stagnation, it was heaven pressing pause so that your character could catch up to your calling. The truth is this: without mercy's pause, you would have rushed into places unprepared. You would have grabbed crowns too heavy for your head, relationships too fragile for your destiny, opportunities that looked bright but carried shadows beneath. God's love has been expressed not only in what he gave you, but in what he withheld. That is mercy too. You may think waiting is weakness, but in the kingdom, waiting is wisdom. Only those who understand the value of patience can carry promises without breaking them. Do not resent the pause. Respect it. For every time mercy holds you back, it is because greater things are still being aligned ahead of you. Look back for a moment. Remember the times when you felt denied, only to realize later it was redirection. Remember when you cried over what you lost, but years later gave thanks because that loss preserved you. Those were not accidents. Those were rehearsals of mercy. Chosen one, you are living proof that mercy's pause is not abandonment, it is orchestration. Your story is unfolding on heaven's timeline, not your own. And though it feels delayed, the promise will arrive. The question is not whether it will come. The question is whether you will trust the one who is shaping it. Now, hear me clearly. This word is not meant for everyone. It is meant for the ones who know the ache of waiting, who feel the sting of delay, who have wrestled with disappointment yet still remain standing. If that is you, then understand, heaven sees your endurance, and heaven is strengthening you in the pause. And I must tell you this with sincerity. Moments like these are sacred. When a word pierces your spirit, when something inside of you whispers, "This is for me," you must protect that connection. Do not let it fade into the background of noise. This is why I gently invite you, if this word has stirred you. If you recognize yourself in this story of Mercy's pause, share it. Like it. Not for the numbers, but as an act of saying, "Yes, I receive this truth." Share it. Not out of duty, but because someone else you know is struggling in silence, and they, too, need to hear it. And subscribe. Not because I ask, but because you cannot afford to miss the ongoing flow of words that heaven is pressing into this space for you. This is not about building a platform. This is about building your faith. I say this with humility. Do not underestimate how a simple act of engagement can echo in eternity. A like declares alignment. A share extends the lifeline. A subscription anchors you into the stream so that when the next word comes, it finds you ready. You have survived too much to let moments of destiny slip past you unnoticed. Now lean deeper. Mercy's pause is not endless. It is preparation. When the pause ends, movement will be rapid. Doors will swing open. Opportunities will multiply. And what once felt delayed will suddenly accelerate. But if you have not learned to honor the pause, you will mishandle the acceleration. That is why this moment is critical. Learn to embrace the stillness, for in doing so, you qualify for the speed. Consider the farmer who waits for harvest. He does not dig up the soil every day to see if the seed has sprouted. He waits. He waters. He trusts the process. Mercy pauses like the soil around the seed. Nothing seems to be happening on the surface, but underground, life is forming. One day, without warning, the shoot breaks through. That is your life. Chosen one, you are in the soil season. The pause is not death, it is development. And when the breakthrough comes, you will be able to handle it. Because mercy has trained you. You will not be reckless with your blessing. You will not bow to false crowns. You will not waste what you waited for. Mercy's pause ensures that when the promise arrives, you will stand under it with strength, not collapse beneath its weight. So be at peace in the delay. Thank God for the pause, even as you long for the release. Trust that the silence is not empty. It is full of orchestration. Trust that the waiting is not wasted. It is pregnant with purpose. And remember, you are chosen. Chosen to carry not just blessings, but the discipline to sustain them. Chosen one. Your story is not stuck, it is staged. Your pause is not punishment, it is preparation. And when the curtain lifts, when the next chapter begins, you will look back on this season with gratitude, not regret. For mercy has always been working, even in the stillness. Chosen one, there is something you must understand about the journey you are walking. Delay is not denial. The world may measure progress in constant motion, in achievements stacked quickly. in goals reached without pause. But heaven moves differently. Divine timing is not rushed, nor is it late. It is precise. Every closed door you have encountered, every season where you felt like nothing was moving, every path that seemed blocked, it was never meant to reject you. It was meant to refine you, as was spoken in the sacred texts of old. In the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, "For the revelation awaits an appointed time, it speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay." Let this truth sink deep into your spirit. The vision you carry is alive. It is waiting for its appointed hour. And when the hour comes, it will break forth with undeniable clarity. Think of the times you grew restless in the waiting. You wanted to move, to act, to force the next step into being. But each time, something within held you back. That was not weakness, it was divine restraint. God knew the path was not ready yet, and He loved you too much to let you run into premature battles. What looked like delay was actually preparation, aligning you with the perfect moment to rise. Beloved, waiting is never wasted. While you were frustrated, your roots were deepening. While you felt stuck, your strength was building. While you thought God was silent, He was orchestrating connections, opportunities, and outcomes you could not yet see. The pause is not punishment, it is protection. The delay is not neglect, it is alignment. Consider how seasons work. No matter how much you long for spring in the dead of winter, you cannot rush it. The earth turns in rhythm with divine order, and only at the appointed time does the flower bloom. So it is with your life. You cannot force destiny to unfold outside of its season. You must trust the rhythm of heaven's clock. But here is the tension in the waiting. Doubt tries to creep in. Whispers tell you that you missed your chance, that it will never happen, that your story is over. Do not believe those lies. You are not behind. You are not forgotten. You are exactly where you need to be. For the path will reveal itself not by your haste, but by divine unveiling. There is a beauty in restraint. You are learning to be guided, not by impulse, but by wisdom. Each delay sharpens your discernment. Each pause strengthens your ability to recognize the counterfeit from the authentic. This is why you cannot despise the waiting. It is not wasted time, it is training ground for your destiny. Do you not see how waiting builds endurance? Quick victories fade easily, but hard-earned promises are cherished. The struggle makes the reward meaningful. The delay makes the arrival undeniable. When the vision comes, you will know it is not coincidence, it is fulfillment. Chosen one. Understand this. The path is not hidden from you. It is being revealed to you, step by step, moment by moment. The road unfolds at the pace you are ready to walk. If it feels slow, it is only because God is matching your preparation to the promise. He refuses to hand you something that will break you. Instead, He waits until you are strong enough to carry it. Your destiny does not depend on rushing. It depends on alignment. And alignment is found in stillness, in trust, in surrender. The world may call it delay, but heaven calls it timing. Do not envy those who seem to move faster. Many who rush ahead collapse under the weight of what they grasp too soon. But you, because you waited, will last. Because you trusted the pause, you will sustain the promise. This is why you must anchor yourself now. When doubt rises, remind yourself, delay is not denial. When fear whispers, answer it, my vision waits for its appointed time. When impatience tempts you, declare the path will reveal itself, and I will be ready when it does. And I ask you now, chosen one, to seal this truth with a prophetic act. Type this number in the comments, 777. This is not random, it is symbolic. 7 is the number of divine completion, of perfect timing, of God's finished work. By writing 777, you are declaring that you trust His timing over your own. You are saying, I will not rush, I will align, I will not fear delay, I will wait for the appointed hour. This is more than text, it is agreement in the Spirit. Do not hesitate. Obedience in small things builds strength for greater things. When you write 777, you are not only declaring your trust, but you are also planting a seed. That seed will echo in your own spirit when impatience rises again. You will remember, I sealed my trust in heaven's timing. I marked myself as one who waits without fear. Beloved, the path is sure. It does not vanish in the waiting, it becomes clearer in the waiting. Your story is unfolding exactly as it was designed. The vision will not prove false. Though it lingers, wait for it, it will surely come. So breathe, rest in the pause, rejoice even in delay. For every moment you wait faithfully is another layer of strength added to your spirit. And when the day comes, you will not only walk into promise, you will walk with the weight of endurance, the authority of patience, and the wisdom of waiting. You are chosen. You are not late. You are aligned. And your appointed hour is on its way. Chosen one, there is a voice within you that you cannot ignore. It does not shout like the voices of the world, nor does it push with desperation. It comes quietly, but with authority. It interrupts you in moments when you're about to take a wrong step. It whispers caution when others cheer you forward. It unsettles your peace when you try to force your will. This voice is the gentle yet firm guidance of heaven, planted within your spirit to keep you aligned with destiny. The voice of God thundered in the book of John, chapter 10, verse 27, My sheep listen to my voice, I know them, and they follow me. These words are more than instruction, they are identity. You are not lost, because you belong to the shepherd. And because you belong, his voice is not foreign to you. Even when you doubt yourself, even when you question if you can truly discern, the truth is this: his voice has always been within you, calling, guiding, protecting. Think of the countless moments when you nearly rushed ahead into disaster. You thought the opportunity looked perfect, yet something unsettled you. You wanted to proceed, yet an invisible restraint pulled you back. Later, when the truth was revealed, you saw the trap you had avoided. That was not luck, it was the shepherd's voice. You listened, even without fully realizing it, and you were preserved. Chosen one, this inner guidance is your safeguard. Many long for signs written in the sky, yet you have been given something far more intimate, the direct whisper of God within. He speaks not only through scripture, not only through circumstances, but also through the quiet knowing that rises in your soul. It is not always comfortable, but it is always protective. You may wonder why the voice often tells you to wait when everything in you wants to act. You may ask why it restricts you when others seem to move freely. It is because your calling is weightier. Others can afford to act recklessly, but you cannot. Others can chase their impulses, but you have been chosen for something greater. The shepherd's voice keeps you from stepping out of alignment, because one wrong turn could derail more than your own story. It could affect countless others assigned to your light. Have you not noticed how often his voice contradicts your desires? You want to cling to certain relationships, yet the whisper says, "Let go." You want to take shortcuts, yet the voice says, "Wait." You want to defend yourself, yet the whisper says, "Be still." These instructions feel painful, yet they are shaping you. Obedience to the shepherd's voice trains you to choose destiny over comfort, alignment over impulse, eternity over immediacy. The danger is not that you cannot hear him. The danger is that you may harden your heart to his whisper. When the voice tells you no and you insist on yes, you risk stepping into blindness. When the whisper restrains you and you rebel, the protection lifts. This is why sensitivity is sacred. A chosen one must guard the ability to hear above all else. Consider how the shepherd leads sheep. He does not force them with chains. He calls, and those who know his voice follow. You are not bound, you are guided. Obedience is not slavery, it is safety. The shepherd knows paths you cannot see, dangers you cannot sense, and blessings you are not ready for. To follow his voice is to trust his sight more than your own. There will be times when the shepherd's voice feels inconvenient. He may ask you to step away from circles where you feel comfortable. He may call you to silence when you crave vindication. He may lead you down roads that seem lonely, while others laugh together on broader paths. Do not be deceived, the narrow road leads to life, while the wide road leads to destruction. You have been chosen to follow the narrow, guided not by applause, but by the voice within. Your discernment will sharpen with practice. Each time you obey the whisper, your ear grows more attuned. Each time you honor the restraint, your spirit becomes more sensitive. But each time you ignore the warning, the whisper grows faint, not because God has abandoned you, but because rebellion dulls perception. Protect your hearing. Chosen one, protect it as treasure, for it is your lifeline. The shepherd's voice is also your comfort. In nights of despair, it has whispered, "Do not give up." In moments of fear, it has said, "I am with you." In storms, it has spoken peace. The same voice that corrects you also carries you. It is not only a guardrail, it is a companion. Every time you felt utterly alone, you were not. The shepherd was near, speaking softly into your spirit, steadying you when everything else collapsed. Beloved, trust the inner voice. It will not mislead you. It may not tell you everything you want to know, but it will always tell you enough to take the next step. That is the way of the shepherd. He does not show the entire path at once. He calls you forward, step by step. Obedience in the small step unlocks revelation for the next. If you refuse the first instruction, you cannot expect the second. Remember, 2. That the shepherd's voice will never contradict his word. If a whisper tempts you toward pride, destruction, or compromise, it is not his voice. His voice always aligns with truth, always leads to life. always cultivates peace, even in difficulty. This is your anchor in discernment. Test every whisper against what is written, and the shepherd's tone will become clear. Chosen one, you are not abandoned to wander. You are guided, even when you cannot see it. Trust the shepherd's voice more than your own impulses. Follow his whisper, even when it disrupts your plans. Protect your sensitivity, for it is your compass. And know this: as long as you can hear him, you will never be lost. The shepherd knows you. He calls you by name. He leads you on paths prepared long before you were born. And as long as you keep listening, no darkness, no trap, no storm will ever overcome you. Chosen one, much of your journey has been hidden. You have looked at others advancing, building, showcasing their achievements, and you have wondered why your life seemed to move in shadows. While their paths appeared visible and celebrated, yours unfolded quietly, unseen, as though behind a veil. But do not despise what is hidden. The unseen preparation is the furnace where destiny is forged. Your Father, who sees all things, spoke clearly in the book of Matthew, chapter 6, verse 6. But when you pray, go into your room, close the door, and pray to your Father, who is unseen. Then your Father, who sees what is done in secret, will reward you. These words are not limited to prayer alone. They reveal a principle. The hidden places are holy places. What you build in secret is what heaven honors openly. It has been tempting for you to despise the obscurity. You have asked, why am I not seen? Why do my efforts feel unnoticed? Why must my victories remain private while others display theirs for all the world? But the truth is, this God hid you for your protection and for your preparation. Visibility too soon would have crushed you. Exposure before maturity would have made you vulnerable to corruption. The hidden years are not punishment, they are preservation. Think of the seed buried beneath soil. It spends its earliest and most vulnerable days hidden, pressed into darkness, unseen by the world above. Only when its roots have anchored deep enough to sustain growth does it break the surface. You, too, have been hidden while no one applauded. Roots were forming. While no one noticed, strength was building. And when the time comes, your emergence will not be fragile, it will be unstoppable. Consider the story of Joseph. Long before he stood in Pharaoh's court, he endured hidden years, sold into slavery, thrown into prison, forgotten by those he helped. Yet in those secret seasons, he was being shaped. Responsibility was tested. Character was refined. Humility was forged. When his moment of elevation came, he was not just ready, he was prepared to save nations. That preparation happened in hiddenness. Beloved, the world glorifies visibility, but heaven values foundation. A house with shallow roots may rise quickly, but it will collapse just as fast. Yet a house built upon rock, anchored deep and hidden from sight, can weather storms without fear. The same is true of your life. You are being built deep before being lifted high. The deeper the foundation, the greater the height you can sustain. Hidden preparation is also where your obedience is tested. When no one is watching, will you still remain faithful when no applause affirms you? Will you still labor with excellence when your sacrifices go unseen? Will you still offer them with joy? These questions define the integrity of the chosen. For the audience that matters is not the crowd, but the Creator. And He has seen every unseen act, every hidden sacrifice, every private surrender. None of it has been wasted. Do not underestimate what has been built in secret. The habits you formed when no one applauded are the very habits that will sustain you when the spotlight comes. The prayers whispered in your quiet place are the very prayers that will open doors in public. The discipline forged when no one celebrated will be the very discipline that carries you through exposure. Chosen one. Hiddenness is a gift. It is a sanctuary where you are free from the distortion of human praise. It is a shield that guards you from the enemy's attacks before you are ready to withstand them. It is a place where God can shape you without interference. You may see obscurity as loneliness, but heaven sees it as protection. There is also humility in hiddenness. It teaches you that your worth is not in being seen, but in being known by God. It anchors your identity not in applause, but in assignment. For if you learn to be content in secret, you will not be enslaved by visibility. You will not chase the stage to affirm your worth. You will walk in it only when heaven calls you forth. Remember this truth: what you are building in private is more powerful than what is displayed in public. The unseen carries eternal weight. The world may never know the depth of your sacrifices, but heaven does. And heaven rewards in ways the world cannot. The hidden seasons may feel long, but they are never wasted. They are sculpting you into a vessel strong enough to carry glory without breaking. Do not rush to escape hiddenness. Instead, embrace it. Let every day of obscurity sharpen your character. Let every unnoticed effort strengthen your resilience. Let every unseen victory remind you that you are not building for the applause of man, but for the approval of God. And know this: when the season of hiddenness ends, when heaven calls your name into the open, it will not be for temporary display. It will be for lasting impact. The world will see what heaven has been shaping in secret, and they will marvel not at you, but at the God who prepared you. So take courage. Beloved chosen one, your hidden preparation is holy. Do not despise it. Do not resist it. And do not compare yourself to those who seem further ahead. Their pace is not your pace. Their path is not your path. You are being shaped by divine design. And when your unveiling comes, it will carry the weight of eternity. You are not forgotten in the shadows. You are being fortified. Every unseen act, every private tear, every hidden surrender is being written into your story. And soon, what was prepared in secret will be revealed in glory. Chosen one, the trials you have faced were never random. They were not designed to humiliate you, though they often cut deep. They were not placed in your path to destroy you, though at times you felt they might. Every hardship, every test, every valley was permitted to reveal who you truly are, not who you pretend to be when others are watching. Not the mask you wear to survive, but the essence of the chosen within you, refined, strengthened, purified by fire. The Word of God declares in the letter of James, chapter 1, verse 3, because you know the testing of your faith produces perseverance. Hear this with open spirit: your trials are not meaningless. They are not wasted. They are the very soil in which perseverance grows. And perseverance is the mark of those who are destined for crowns. Think back to the tests you endured, the betrayal of people you trusted, the disappointments that crushed your hope, the rejections that made you feel small. At the time, they seemed cruel, You asked, why would God allow this? Yet, now, looking back, you see how each test stripped away illusion, how each trial revealed strength you did not know you had. Where you once thought weakness defined you, now you see resilience rising. Tests are sacred teachers. They expose what words cannot. Anyone can declare faith when skies are clear, but when storms rage, when the ground trembles beneath your feet, when all you have is invisible hope, this is where faith proves itself. And, chosen one, you proved yourself again and again. You did not collapse. You did not surrender to darkness. You endured. Do you realize what that means? It means the darkness that tried to end you failed. It means the weight that pressed against you could not crush you. It means the enemy underestimated you. He thought the fire would consume you, but instead, it refined you. He thought the storm would drown you, but instead, you learned to walk on water. He thought rejection would silence you, but instead, your voice carries more authority than before. Chosen one. Your tests are not evidence of abandonment, they are evidence of trust. Heaven trusted you with trials because heaven knew you would not be destroyed by them. Heaven entrusted you with pain because heaven knew you would transform it into purpose. Heaven allowed you to face what others could not, because your destiny requires resilience that only fire can produce. Yet I know the weariness you feel. I know how tired you are of tests. How often you have whispered, when will this end? Hear me now, the fact that you still breathe, still believe, still hold on, even after all you have endured, that is the clearest evidence that you are chosen. The tests did not take you out, because they were never meant to. They were meant to strip, to refine, to reveal, but not to destroy. Every test has revealed something about you. It has shown you who your true friends are, who cannot walk with you, and who was only temporary. It has shown you your inner strength, the reserves of courage you did not think you had. It has shown you the reality of God's presence, the way He steps into the fire with you. The trials did not erase His presence, they magnified it. And still, more tests will come. Do not fear them. They will not be your undoing. They will be your proving ground. Every soldier chosen for battle must train under pressure. Every champion crowned must endure arenas of struggle. You, too, are being tested because you are being prepared for greater glory. Beloved, the tests will sometimes disguise themselves as loss, but they are invitations to grow deeper. They will sometimes appear as silence, but they are spaces for your faith to speak louder. They will sometimes feel like endings, but they are thresholds into new beginnings. Each one is part of your path, shaping you into the warrior heaven has called you to be. There is one danger. However, you must not grow bitter in your testing. Bitterness blinds you. It causes you to see trials as curses instead of classrooms. Do not let bitterness harden your heart. Choose instead to let each test make you softer, more compassionate, more aware of the suffering of others. This, too, is part of the refining. You are not only being made strong, you are being made tender, so that your strength will serve, not oppress. Now, pause and consider, what trial are you facing right now? What storm is shaking you? What weight feels too heavy? Do not despise it. Do not curse it. Instead, recognize it as the current classroom of heaven. Ask yourself, What is this test teaching me? What is being refined in me? What strength is being awakened through this fire? And as you reflect, I ask you to make a declaration in the comments. Type these words: I will endure. Just 3 words, but they carry eternal weight. By writing them, you are not only declaring to yourself, but you are declaring to heaven and defying the enemy who wants you to quit. You are saying, this test will not destroy me. This storm will not silence me. This fire will not consume me. I will endure. Do not underestimate the power of that declaration. It aligns your spirit. It steels your will. It reminds you of who you are and whose you are. Every time you affirm, I will endure, you are stepping into the identity of the chosen. Remember this. Beloved, the tests are temporary, but the strength they produce is eternal. The trials may feel unbearable now, but they are shaping you into one who can bear glory. The fire may feel endless, but it is forging a crown that cannot fade. Do not lose hope in the testing. It is not your end, it is your preparation. So stand firm, lift your head, endure with courage. For every test is evidence that you are trusted, and every storm is proof that you are chosen. And when you emerge, and you will emerge, you will carry an authority that cannot be faked, because it will have been forged in fire. Chosen one, the path you are walking is not wide, nor is it crowded. It is narrow, stretching forward with an intensity that demands your full attention. The world clamors for shortcuts, for easy victories, for broad roads where anything goes. But you are not of the world. You are marked for something greater, and that greatness requires you to take the narrow way, the way of obedience, the way of trust, the way of surrender. It is written in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 7, verse 13, enter through the narrow gate. Wide is the gate, broad the road to destruction, and many enter through it. These words are not warnings for someone else, they are for you. The wide path may look tempting, filled with laughter, filled with applause, filled with quick gains, but hidden within it are snares, distractions, and destruction. The narrow path may seem lonely, costly, and slow, but it is the way of life, the road of those chosen to carry eternal weight. This narrow way has already shaped you. You have felt it when you could not go where others went. You have sensed it when you could not follow trends or chase after what everyone else pursued. At times, you resented it. You asked, why must I walk differently? Why must my journey feel so restricted? Why must my sacrifices be greater than theirs? The answer is simple: because your crown is greater, your calling heavier, and your destiny unlike theirs. The narrow way strips you of excess. It does not allow you to carry everything with you, while others can walk lightly with baggage of compromise. You must leave things behind. Relationships that weighed you down, habits that dulled your spirit, dreams that were not aligned with heaven's design. All of it had to be released so that you could move forward unhindered. Chosen one, this path may cost you friendships. It may cost you opportunities. It may even cost you moments of comfort and ease. But do not mistake cost for loss. Every sacrifice you have made is an investment into eternity. Every no you have spoken in obedience has carved the road of your destiny. Every restraint you have honored has preserved you for promises too holy to be squandered on shortcuts. The narrow way also trains your vision. It forces you to focus, to keep your eyes fixed on the one who calls you forward. On the wide path, distractions abound, but on the narrow way, clarity is born. You begin to see with spiritual sight, recognizing traps before they ensnare you, discerning truth amid the noise of lies. The narrow path does not blur your vision, it sharpens it. Beloved, do not fear being different. You were never meant to blend in. The very fact that your road looks distinct is evidence of your chosenness. If your path were the same as theirs, your destiny would be no different than theirs. But because you are chosen, you walk a way that few understand. Yet even in its difficulty, the narrow way carries a promise. It may not be filled with applause now, but it leads to glory later. It may not feel easy, but it is filled with peace that the world cannot offer. It may not be fast, but it is sure, and those who endure upon it find life eternal. You have not been abandoned on this road, though it feels lonely. You are accompanied by unseen witnesses, by angels who guard your steps, by the Spirit who whispers direction every time you choose obedience. You are never walking alone, you are walking with heaven at your side. Chosen one, understand that the narrow way is not just about personal holiness, it is about preparation for impact. The discipline you are building now, the restraint you are practicing now, the sacrifices you are making now, all of it is shaping you into one who can carry influence without corruption. Many desire crowns, but few are willing to endure the narrow way that prepares them to wear those crowns well. You, however, are being prepared. The world will not always understand you. They may mock your discipline, laugh at your restraint, question your choices. But remember, they mocked Noah until the rain came. They laughed at Moses until the sea split. They ridiculed Jesus until the tomb was empty. Do not be swayed by their misunderstanding. Walk the narrow way, even when the world cannot see where it leads. And now, let me speak to you sincerely. If these words have resonated in your spirit, if you know deep within that you have been called to walk differently, then I invite you to stay connected. Do not let this word vanish into the noise of your day. Protect it, nurture it. And one of the simplest ways to do so is to anchor yourself where these messages continue to flow. Like this message as a declaration that you choose the narrow way. Share it, not out of duty, but because someone in your circle is struggling to understand why their path feels different, and they need to hear this. And subscribe, not for numbers, but because this is how you remain connected to the stream of truth that reminds you you are chosen, and you are not alone. This is not about building platforms, this is about building endurance. Every like, every share, every subscription is more than digital action. It is a prophetic act. It is saying, I stand with my calling. I walk the narrow way. I will not rush. I will not blend. I will endure. Chosen one, keep your feet steady. Do not turn to the left or the right. Do not be tempted by shortcuts or swayed by voices that call you to compromise. The narrow way may feel costly now, but its reward is beyond measure. And when you reach the end, you will look back and see that every sacrifice was worth it. Every restraint was holy, and every step carried you closer to glory. You are chosen. You are marked. You are walking a road few will understand, but all of heaven celebrates. Stay the course, beloved, for the narrow way leads to life. Chosen one, you must know this. You are not unseen. Though the world may pass you by, though people may overlook your value, there are eyes that never stop watching you. Not eyes of judgment alone, but eyes of heaven, of angels, of witnesses in realms beyond the natural. You live your life before an audience larger than you can imagine. Every step you take, every choice you make, every battle you endure, these are seen, recorded, and remembered. It is written in the book of Hebrews, chapter 12, verse 1, "Therefore, since we are surrounded by such a great cloud of witnesses, let us throw off everything that hinders and the sin that so easily entangles. And let us run with perseverance the race marked out for us." This verse is not metaphorical, it is literal. There is indeed a great cloud of witnesses, those who have gone before you, who lived and endured in faith. Now, watch as you carry the torch forward. Think about this. You are not running alone in silence. The stands of eternity are filled with those who cheer for your endurance. Prophets who suffered for truth. Martyrs who gave their lives. Saints who carried faith through centuries. They all look upon you, not to condemn your struggles, but to celebrate your perseverance. You, chosen one, are part of a story larger than yourself. You may feel small in the eyes of the world, but you are significant in the kingdom of heaven. When you choose faith in moments of despair, heaven sees. When you reject compromise though no one applauds, witnesses rejoice. When you endure trials that should have broken you, your resilience becomes testimony not only on earth, but also in realms unseen. But it is not only heaven that watches. Darkness, too, observes you. The enemy studies your patterns, waiting for weakness, searching for open doors. This is why your decisions matter. Your obedience matters. Your discipline matters. You are a spectacle to both light and darkness, a representative of God's glory in the midst of a battlefield that stretches beyond what your eyes can see. Beloved, this should not make you fearful, but mindful. You cannot live as though your actions are meaningless. Every step either confirms your chosenness or surrenders ground to the enemy. That is why the scripture calls you to throw off everything that entangles, because the race is not private, it is witnessed. And what you do echoes beyond this moment into eternity. There is weight in being observed. Some days, you feel the pressure of it, the heaviness of expectation. But hear this, the witnesses are not waiting for you to fail. They are urging you to endure. They are not mocking your weakness. They are strengthening your resolve by their example. You walk in the footsteps of those who endured greater storms, who faced darker nights, who yet clung to faith. Their stories have been preserved in sacred texts not to intimidate you, but to remind you that you, too, can finish well. Consider Elijah, who battled despair under a broom tree, convinced he was alone, yet heaven still had a plan for him. Consider Esther, who risked her life in silence but preserved her people. Consider Daniel, who refused compromise though surrounded by lions. Their stories live not as distant history, but as testimonies of what endurance can accomplish. And now, your story joins theirs. You are part of the same cloud, part of the same legacy. Chosen one. This reality should stir you to perseverance. When the weight feels unbearable, remember you are not unseen. When you want to give up, Remember, eyes of eternity, watch with hope, not scorn. When you feel misunderstood, remember, you are understood by those who endured before you. The crowd of witnesses knows the cost of faith, and they honor your struggle. There is also great responsibility in this awareness, for if you are watched, you must guard your steps. Do not entangle yourself with what slows you down. Release the distractions, the habits, the relationships that do not serve your calling. You cannot afford to carry unnecessary weight on a race this critical. Others may indulge, but you cannot. Others may compromise, but you must remain steady. Your race is not theirs. Your finish line is not theirs. Even more, know that your perseverance becomes a witness to others, just as you are encouraged by the stories of those who came before. So your endurance today will inspire those who come after. Someone is watching your faith, even if you do not realize it. A friend, a child, a stranger, or even generations yet unborn will draw strength from your story. The torch you carry is not for you alone. It lights a path for many. And so, you must run with perseverance. This race is not a sprint, it is a marathon. There will be moments when energy wanes, when the finish line feels distant, when the temptation to quit whispers loudly. But endurance is your weapon. Perseverance is your crown. Every step forward, no matter how small, is victory over the schemes of darkness. Chosen one, you are surrounded, upheld, and strengthened by this great cloud. Their witness does not lessen your pain, but it magnifies your courage. Their memory does not erase your struggle, but it confirms your destiny. You are not alone in the fight. You are part of a lineage, a chain unbroken, a story still being written. Lift your head. Then, run with focus. Endure with patience. Throw aside what hinders, for you cannot afford to waste strength on what does not matter. Your path is holy, your race eternal, and your witnesses countless. When the day comes that you stand victorious at the finish line, the same voices that now cheer in unseen realms will rejoice openly as crowns are placed upon your head. Do not falter now. Do not despise the weight of being watched. For being seen by heaven is not a burden, it is an honor. You are chosen, and your perseverance is testimony not only for this generation, but for all eternity. Chosen one. There are vows that shape destinies. Not all vows are spoken before crowds or carved into stone. Some are whispered in the quiet, sealed in the depths of your spirit, where only you and heaven can hear. These inner covenants are the anchors of your calling. They are the invisible cords that hold you steady when storms rage. The hidden agreements that remind you who you are and why you cannot quit. It is written in the book of Psalms, chapter 89, verse 3, I have made a covenant with my chosen one. I have sworn to David my servant. These words remind us that covenant is not a human invention, it is a divine principle. God himself speaks in covenants. He binds his word with oath, not because he is uncertain, but to show us the seriousness of his promises. And when you, chosen one, whisper your own covenant back to him, heaven takes it seriously too. Think back to the moments of your greatest breaking. You cried out, not with rehearsed prayers, but with raw words from the core of your being. God, if you save me, I will never walk away. God, if you deliver me, I will give you my life. God, if you stay with me, I will serve you all my days. Those were not empty words. They were vows, sacred and binding. They became part of the script heaven writes over your life. Perhaps you did not even realize the weight of what you were speaking. You thought it was desperation. You thought it was just survival. But the Spirit heard more than words. He heard covenant. Heaven recorded it. And now, even when you falter, even when you doubt, that inner covenant pulls you back into alignment. It is the unseen tether that keeps you from drifting too far. Do you not see? The reason you cannot return to old patterns, the reason sin no longer satisfies, the reason compromise feels unbearable, it is because of the vow you made. Covenant changes you. It marks you. It rewrites your appetite and reshapes your direction. You may wander, but you will never be comfortable outside of alignment again. That is the power of an inner covenant. And understand this, God honors secret vows. Even when no one else heard, heaven did. Even when you spoke through tears, barely believing your own words, heaven remembered. You may forget, but he does not. That is why he continues to call you back. Why he refuses to let you go. You are bound not by chains of oppression, but by cords of covenant. Beloved, covenant also requires response. A vow is not a casual statement, it is a sacred exchange. Just as you made promises to God, he made promises to you. He swore to protect, to sustain, to provide, to complete the work he began in you. And he has not failed, even in silence, even in delay. His covenant holds, but there is a danger. Covenants can be neglected if not remembered. Just as Israel often forgot their promises to God, so too can we drift into forgetfulness. That is why you must renew your covenant. Speak it again. Declare it afresh. Remind your soul of the vow you made in the midnight hour. Anchor yourself once more in the promise that you are not your own, you belong to him. This is why, in this very moment, I invite you to make a prophetic act. Write in the comments the number 444. Why this number? Because 4 is the number of foundation north, south, east, and west, the 4 winds, the 4 corners of the earth. Writing 444 is your declaration that your covenant is foundational. It is not surface. It is not temporary. It is the base upon which your life is built. By typing it, you are saying, my life is anchored. My vow is remembered. My covenant stands. Do not take this lightly. It is more than digits on a screen. It is remembrance. It is renewal. It is testimony that though the world shifts, though trials press, though doubts whisper, you remain bound to your covenant. Heaven sees it. Darkness fears it. And your own spirit is strengthened by it. Chosen one. There is something sacred about remembering. In remembering your covenant, you reclaim power over forgetfulness and distraction. You silence the lies that say you have strayed too far. You remind yourself that you are tethered, marked, sealed. You are not drifting without anchor. You are grounded in a vow. And know this, covenants are not chains to restrict you. They are wings to elevate you. Because you are bound, you are free. Because you are tethered, you can soar without fear of being lost. The inner covenant does not diminish your life. It secures it. It ensures that no matter what storms come, no matter what temptations rise, No matter how heavy the weight becomes, you will endure. Because you are anchored. Look back over your journey. Can you not see how often the covenant has pulled you back, times when you nearly lost yourself? Yet a whisper reminded you of your vow, times when you almost gave up. Yet something inside refused to let go. That was covenant at work. It is not always loud, but it is relentless. It does not release you. Because heaven refuses to let you drift into destruction. So, honor the covenant. Chosen one. Speak it. Remember it. Renew it. Let it be the song in your heart when fear rises. Let it be the anchor of your soul when storms rage. And let it be the testimony you carry that you are not your own. You belong to the one who called you, who loved you, who sealed you with promise. Your life is not ordinary. It is covenant marked. And because of that, your destiny is unshakable. You may stumble, but you will not fall. You may waver, but you will not be lost. You may grow weary, but you will not be abandoned. The covenant holds, because the one who made it with you is faithful. Remember this truth. Write it deep in your heart. And as you declare it openly with 444, let heaven see your renewal. Let darkness tremble at your resolve, and let your own spirit rise, strengthened once more by the vow that you are chosen, anchored, and eternally His. Chosen one. Sometimes you overlook the significance of small victories because they do not look grand in the eyes of the world. You dismiss them as minor, insignificant, unworthy of celebration. Yet heaven does not measure triumph as men do. In the kingdom, what seems small in human sight often carries eternal weight. Every step of progress, every moment of obedience, every hidden victory against temptation is a triumph that shifts your destiny forward. It is declared in the Gospel of Luke, chapter 16, verse 10, "Whoever can be trusted with very little can also be trusted with much. And whoever is dishonest with very little will also be dishonest with much." These words reveal a mystery of growth. Greatness is proven in the little. Glory is prepared in the hidden. Trustworthiness is tested not in the grand moments, but in the ordinary ones. Think back on your journey. How many times did you make choices that no one saw? The moment you forgave when bitterness would have been easier. The time you walked away from gossip when your flesh craved to join. The day you prayed for someone who wounded you instead of cursing them. These were not small things in heaven's eyes. They were victories. Each one was a building block, laying a foundation for the greater trust God is placing upon your life. Chosen one. Do not despise these little triumphs. They reveal who you are becoming. While others crave the stage, you have learned faithfulness in secret. While others chase applause, you have pursued integrity when no one was looking. These are the victories that heaven celebrates, even if the world never notices. And make no mistake, small victories shift spiritual realms. Each time you resist temptation, chains are broken. Each time you choose light over darkness, the enemy loses ground. Each time you respond with grace instead of retaliation, your spirit becomes stronger and your influence grows deeper. The unseen battles you win are victories in the greater war for your destiny. Do you see the pattern? The way you handle the little determines how much you can carry in the future. If you are faithful in the quiet, you will be entrusted with the loud. If you are faithful in obscurity, you will be elevated in time. But if you despise the little, if you neglect the small victories, You will never be ready for the greater ones. This is why your journey has included so many hidden tests to prepare you for the weight that is coming. Beloved, think of David again. Before he faced Goliath, he faced lions and bears in the secret place of the pasture. No one applauded. No one witnessed. Yet those hidden victories prepared him for the giant. The small triumphs gave him confidence in the larger battle. The same is true for you. The private victories you have won in silence are preparing you for battles that will one day be fought in public. Do not minimize what God has used to train you. Every sleepless night you endured, yet rose again in hope, was a victory. Every morning you chose prayer over despair was a victory. Every decision to keep walking when quitting seemed easier was a victory. These are not minor, they are monumental, because through them you are proving trustworthy with little, and God is preparing to entrust you with much. Consider also how these small triumphs shape your character. Victory is not only about conquering external battles, it is about mastering the internal ones. Pride, fear, envy, doubt, these are enemies too. And every time you silence them, you grow stronger. The unseen wars within your heart are as important as the battles you fight outside, and your victories there, though quiet, are mighty in heaven's eyes. Chosen one, your story is filled with triumphs greater than you recognize. The time you chose to keep faith after disappointment, that was a triumph. The moment you loved instead of hated, that was a triumph. The season you held on to hope when everything crumbled, that was a triumph. These moments have accumulated, layering strength upon strength, preparing you for what lies ahead. Do not let comparison rob you of joy. Others may flaunt their victories with banners and applause, but you must not envy them. Your path is different. Your victories are deeper. They may not be celebrated publicly, but they are eternal. And one day, when your time comes to step forward, the unseen triumphs will be revealed as the true source of your strength. Learn to rejoice in the little things. Celebrate the victory of waking up with faith. Celebrate the triumph of saying no to temptation. Celebrate the moment of kindness extended when anger beckoned. These small moments are building you into a vessel that can withstand the storms of destiny. They are bricks of endurance, cemented with obedience, shaping the structure of your calling. Remember, this destiny is not revealed in one dramatic moment. It is forged in 1,000 small choices. The crown is not given to those who wait for the stage. It is given to those who remain faithful in the shadows. And you, chosen one, have proven again and again that even in silence, even in hiddenness, even in weariness, you remain steadfast. Take courage in this truth. The small victories are not insignificant, they are essential. They are the proof that you are trustworthy, the evidence that you are chosen, the foundation upon which greater glory will rest. Without them, the weight of destiny would crush you, but with them, you will carry it with grace. So, continue. Beloved, do not despise the little. Do not overlook the small. Each moment of obedience is sacred. Each private triumph is powerful. And together, they weave the story of your becoming, the story of a chosen one who was faithful with little and will one day be entrusted with much. Chosen one. Momentum can be both a blessing and a danger. When you begin to move forward, when progress starts to show, there is a temptation to rush, to accelerate beyond what is safe, to crave more speed than strength. The world celebrates momentum without question, but heaven does not. In the kingdom, speed without wisdom can be as destructive as standing still. You are not called to chase momentum blindly. You are called to guard it, to pace it, to discern when to move and when to pause. It is written in the book of Lamentations, chapter 3, verse 26. It is good to wait quietly for the salvation of the Lord. These words confront the pride of haste. They remind you that waiting is not weakness and pausing is not failure. Sometimes the holiest act of faith is to resist the pull of momentum and choose to wait quietly, trusting that salvation does not come through rushing, but through resting in divine timing. Consider how momentum often disguises itself as success. You begin to see progress prayers answered, doors opening, opportunities multiplying. The natural impulse is to push harder, to grab more, to run faster. Yet this is the very moment when danger lurks. For unchecked momentum can lead you to places not ordained, can pull you into alliances not appointed, can weigh you down with responsibilities you are not ready to carry. Not all forward motion is divine motion. Chosen one, you must learn the discipline of pause. Just as a musician honors rests in a song, just as a runner knows when to pace their stride, so must you discern the rhythm of your journey. Pauses are not interruptions, they are essential to the melody of destiny. If you move without pause, you risk turning your progress into pride. But if you honor the pause, you preserve the purity of your calling. Think of Saul, who grew impatient waiting for Samuel and rushed into offering sacrifices himself. His momentum looked decisive, but it was disobedient, and it cost him his throne. Contrast this with David, who, though anointed, refused to take Saul's life even when opportunity presented itself. David paused. David restrained. David trusted God's timing over momentum's temptation, and his throne endured. The difference was not opportunity, it was restraint. Beloved, restraint is one of the greatest weapons of the chosen. It may appear as weakness to others, but in truth, it is strength under control. To pause when the world demands you run is an act of faith. To wait when everyone tells you to seize is a declaration of trust. And to resist when temptation pushes you forward proves that your path is guided not by haste, but by heaven. Understand this: the enemy knows how to use momentum against you. He does not always try to stop you. Sometimes he tries to push you too far, too fast. He offers shortcuts that look like blessings. He opens doors that glitter with opportunity but are traps in disguise. If you are led by momentum alone, you will mistake every open door as divine. But if you are led by discernment, you will test the fruit before you walk through. That is why the ritual of pause must become part of your life. When opportunity comes, pause to test the peace within you. When voices encourage you to act quickly, pause to listen for the shepherd's whisper. When success begins to multiply, pause to ensure pride has not crept into your heart. These pauses will save you from deception. They will keep you aligned with destiny. Do you not see how Jesus himself modeled this? At the height of his ministry, when crowds pressed in, when miracles abounded, he often withdrew to solitary places. He paused, he prayed, he aligned himself again with the Father. If even the Son of God honored pauses in the midst of momentum, how much more must you, chosen one, You have already felt the pull of momentum. Doors have opened. Whispers of opportunity have come, and you have sensed the pressure to accelerate. But remember this truth: what is built too quickly often collapses just as quickly. What is built with patience endures. You are not called to fleeting success, you are called to lasting impact. The discipline of pause does not mean passivity. It means intentional waiting. It means choosing clarity over chaos, alignment over ambition. It means reminding yourself that progress is not proof of purpose unless it aligns with heaven. Without pause, you risk moving ahead of God. With pause, you ensure that every step is secure. So guard yourself against the danger of momentum. Celebrate progress, yes, but do not worship it. Welcome opportunities, but do not chase them recklessly. Rejoice in movement, but do not forget the rhythm of rest. Momentum without pause can lead to collapse, but momentum guided by pauses leads to glory. Beloved, take this to heart. The narrow path you walk is not about how fast you can run, but about how faithful you remain. The pauses will feel costly, but they will save your crown. The restraint will feel heavy, but it will preserve your soul. And when the day comes that your destiny is revealed in fullness, you will look back and see that the pauses were not wasted time, they were holy protection. Therefore, embrace the discipline of waiting quietly. Let the world rush, you will not. Let others sprint, you will walk in step with heaven. Let momentum tempt, you will pause. Discern, and move only when the shepherd leads. This is the way of the chosen. This is how crowns are kept. Chosen one. There comes a moment when what has been hidden in silence is brought into the light. A moment when your faith, long tested in secret, is placed before others. It is a threshold, your first public test. You have endured in private. You have persevered in hidden places. But now your resolve faces exposure. This is the turning point where your private victories are called to stand firm under the weight of scrutiny. It is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 54, verse 17, "No weapon forged against you will prevail. You will refute every tongue that accuses you. This is the heritage of the Lord's servants." Let this truth pierce you. You are not unprotected in the public test. Weapons may be formed. Accusations may rise, but none will overcome you. Your heritage is vindication. Your covering is divine. The first public test often feels overwhelming because it strips away comfort. It forces you to walk in front of those who misunderstand, those who doubt, those who even oppose you. You may long for silence, for invisibility. Yet destiny demands visibility. The light of calling cannot remain hidden forever. Sooner or later, the lamp must be set on the stand for all to see. But visibility also invites resistance. When you step into the open, opposition awakens, false voices rise, accusations stir, misunderstandings multiply. Do not be surprised. Darkness does not fight what does not threaten it. The very fact that resistance appears is proof that your light disturbs it. Your presence disrupts the schemes of the enemy. And so the public test comes as confirmation of your significance. Chosen one. Do not fear this test. What has been built in private will sustain you in public. You have already been forged in hidden fires. You have already proven faithful in silence. Now those same foundations will hold you when eyes are upon you. The test is not designed to destroy you. It is designed to display what heaven has already placed within you. Think of Daniel. He was faithful in private prayer long before he stood in the lion's den. When the decree was made, his habit of faith carried him through public scrutiny. Or think of the 3 Hebrew men, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. They had chosen obedience long before the furnace blazed. When the public test came, they did not bow. Neither will you. The first public test also reveals who truly walks with you. Some who seemed loyal in private will fall away under pressure. Others, unexpected, will step forward to stand beside you. The test exposes truth, separating shadows from substance. It is painful, but it is necessary. Better to walk with a few faithful than with many who cannot endure the fire. Beloved, in this moment, you must remember the promise, no weapon will prosper. This does not mean no weapon will form. It means none will succeed. Arrows may fly, but they will not pierce your destiny. Words may wound, but they cannot cancel your covenant. What God has appointed cannot be overturned by human opposition. And yet, there is responsibility in this moment. You must guard your response. Do not waste energy defending yourself against every tongue. Vindication is not your task, it is God's. Your responsibility is to remain steady, to endure without compromise, to let your actions speak louder than accusations. In time, truth will rise, and your endurance will silence every false word. Now pause and let this truth settle. The first public test is not your downfall, it is your unveiling. What was hidden now becomes visible. What was questioned now becomes undeniable. And through it all, you remain anchored in the one who called you. If this word resonates in your spirit, I encourage you, protect it. Anchor it not only in your heart, but also in your actions. One way to do this is simple yet powerful, like this message as a declaration that you are ready for the unveiling. Share it with someone who may be stepping into their own public test, so they know they are not alone. Subscribe, not out of routine, but to remain connected to the continual stream of words that strengthen you in seasons when opposition rises. And most importantly, seal this moment with a public affirmation. In the comments, write these 3 words: I choose courage. They are more than text. They are your testimony, your stance, your refusal to shrink in the face of exposure. By writing them, you declare that you will not retreat into silence. You will not bow to fear. You will not surrender to accusation. You will step forward with courage, even when the eyes of others are upon you. Do not underestimate the power of this act. Every time you declare courage, you align with heaven's strength. Every time you bear witness to your own faith, you silence the lies of the enemy. Every time you affirm your stance, you grow stronger within. Chosen one. Courage is not the absence of fear, it is the choice to act in spite of it. Your first public test may tremble your knees, but it will not shake your foundation. You are built on more than shifting sands. You are anchored in eternal rock. And when the storm passes, you will still be standing, vindicated by the God who called you. So step forward boldly. Do not fear the test, for it only proves what heaven already knows: you are chosen, you are faithful, you are ready. And as you walk through it, remember, no weapon will prevail, no accusation will stand, no darkness will overcome. The test is temporary, but your destiny is eternal. Chosen one. If the storms have taught you anything, it is that survival does not come from luck, nor from human effort alone. It comes from patterns, holy rhythms that sustain you when everything else is shaking. These patterns are not burdens, but lifelines. They are the sacred disciplines that anchor your spirit, shield your heart, and steady your steps. Without them, even the strongest fall. With them, even the weakest endure. Scripture reveals this truth in the first letter to the Thessalonians, chapter 5, verse 17. Pray without ceasing. At first glance, such words may seem impossible. How can one pray unceasingly? But prayer, chosen one, is not merely reciting words in sacred moments. It is living with awareness of the presence that never leaves you. It is carrying the posture of reliance, of gratitude, of dialogue, even in silence. Prayer is one of the patterns that protect. When you weave prayer into your rhythm, you create a shield around your mind. The arrows of doubt cannot pierce as easily. The whispers of fear cannot linger long. Even when circumstances rage, prayer transforms the atmosphere of your heart, reminding you that you are never alone. Prayer does not always change the storm immediately, but it always changes you within the storm. The second pattern that protects is stillness. You live in a world that exalts noise, motion, and constant striving. But your strength does not come from endless activity, it comes from holy rest. Stillness teaches you to listen, to wait, to trust without rushing. It reminds you that your worth is not in what you produce, but in who you are. Many fall into burnout because they ignore the rhythm of stillness. Yet those who honor it find themselves refreshed, renewed, able to carry weight others cannot. The third pattern is obedience in the small things. Grand gestures are rare, but daily obedience is constant. Saying no to compromise, choosing honesty when deception would be easier, walking in integrity when no one is watching. These decisions may seem minor, but they build walls of protection around your calling. They form the invisible guardrails that keep you from sliding into destruction. Without daily obedience, destiny can be lost to a single compromise. Chosen one. Patterns are powerful because they become automatic. Once forged, they require less battle to maintain. They preserve your energy for greater wars ahead. Imagine a soldier who must decide daily whether to wear armor. Such a soldier would be vulnerable. But one who wears it by habit is always ready. So it is with you. The habits of prayer, stillness, and obedience become your armor. Do not despise the repetition. Repetition is not dull, it is strengthening. Just as muscles are built through repeated exercise, so too is your spirit built through repeated faithfulness. The enemy fears consistency. He may withstand a single prayer, but he cannot withstand daily prayer. He may outlast a moment of stillness, but he cannot silence a life anchored in rest. He may tempt once, but he is defeated when obedience becomes your reflex. Consider Daniel, who prayed 3 times a day, even when threatened with death. His pattern preserved him in the lion's den. Or think of Jesus, who withdrew regularly to pray even in the busiest seasons of ministry. His pattern sustained him for the cross. These rhythms were not optional extras, they were the foundation of endurance. Beloved, what you practice in peace prepares you for war. If you neglect patterns when life is calm, You will falter when storms arrive. But if you honor them daily, they will hold you steady when the ground shakes. Patterns may feel small now, but they are saving your future self from collapse. Do not underestimate the unseen power of these rhythms. The prayers you whisper today may shield you tomorrow. The moments of stillness you choose today may give you clarity in tomorrow's chaos. The acts of obedience you embrace now may close doors to destruction before you even see them. Every small faithfulness is storing up strength for the days ahead. There is also beauty in how patterns create identity. When you live in prayer, you are not just one who prays, you become a prayerful one. When you walk in stillness, you are not just resting, you become a carrier of peace. When you obey consistently, you are not just choosing rightly, you become one marked by integrity. Patterns transform you from within, shaping you into a vessel that reflects the very nature of the one who chose you. Chosen one, ask yourself, what patterns are shaping me now? Are they strengthening or weakening me? Are they preparing me for destiny or distracting me from it? For patterns work both ways. Holy patterns protect, but destructive ones enslave. That is why you must be deliberate. Do not drift into habits by accident. Choose them with intention. Guard them with vigilance. Practice them until they become unshakable. You will face days when you feel weary, when patterns seem pointless. In those moments, remember this truth: discipline is not about immediate results, it is about long-term preservation. You may not see the fruit today, but you will see it when storms come, when tests arise, when destiny calls. The habits you built in obscurity will become your weapons in battle. So hold fast to your patterns. Let prayer be your constant breath. Let stillness be your sacred rhythm. Let obedience be your daily anchor. In doing so, you weave a shield around your life, a fortress that no enemy can easily penetrate. And when others wonder how you endure, what breaks them, you will know the secret. It was not your strength alone. It was the holy patterns that preserved you. It was the rhythm of heaven echoing in your life. It was faithfulness in little that prepared you for much. Chosen one. There comes a time when you must look deeply into your own motives. It is not enough to move forward, to obey outwardly, to carry the appearance of faith. The question beneath every step is this: why do you do what you do? The mirror of motives is one of the sharpest tools of refinement. And though it cuts, it saves you from ruin. It is written in the first book of Samuel, chapter 16, verse 7, "The Lord does not look at the things people look at. People look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart." These words pierce through every mask, every layer of pretense. They remind you that what impresses people does not impress heaven. God weighs motives, not performances. He searches the hidden places of intent, not the polished surfaces of behavior. Beloved, motives are often mixed. You want to serve, but you also long to be recognized. You want to obey, but you also crave reward. You want to walk in holiness, but you also desire approval. This tension is not unique to you. It is part of the human heart. Yet the chosen are not permitted to live comfortably with mixed motives. They are called to brutal honesty, to ruthless self-examination, to constant surrender of heart intentions before the one who sees all. The mirror of motives reveals whether you are chasing crowns or carrying crosses. It asks whether your sacrifices are for love of God or for applause of men. It confronts you when you are tempted to obey in public but compromise in private. And though it is uncomfortable, it is necessary. For without purity of motive, even the greatest achievements become hollow. Even the most glorious crowns corrode. Think of the Pharisees, who performed righteous acts only to be seen by men. Outwardly, they looked holy. Inwardly, their motives were corrupted by pride. Jesus warned that they had already received their reward, the fleeting praise of people, because their hearts were not aligned with heaven. Contrast this with the widow who gave 2 small coins in secret. Her offering seemed insignificant, yet her motive was pure, and heaven celebrated her more than the wealthy who gave out of abundance. Chosen one, ask yourself, why do you long for the promise? Is it to glorify yourself, or to glorify the one who called you? Why do you endure the fire? Is it to boast of your strength, or to reveal his? Why do you crave elevation? Is it for influence that serves or influence that exalts? These questions are not meant to condemn you, but to clarify. For when motives are purified, your calling is secured. The process of refinement often brings hidden motives to light. This is why trials cut so deeply. They strip away the illusions of serving God for blessing alone. They reveal whether your love is anchored in who He is or in what He gives. When blessings fade, do you still remain? When applause silences, do you still obey? When promises linger, do you still trust? The answers reveal the state of your motives. Do not despise this exposure. Though it feels painful, it is mercy. Better to see corruption now and surrender it than to walk blindly into destiny with hidden pride that later destroys you. The mirror of motives is not meant to shame you but to save you. It humbles you before glory, ensuring that when elevation comes, it does not collapse under the weight of self. Beloved, motives must be surrendered daily. It is not a one-time act. Every morning you must examine your heart, asking, am I serving out of love or out of pride? Am I obeying out of devotion or out of fear? Am I giving to be seen or giving to honor? This daily reflection protects you from drifting. It keeps your heart tender, your obedience pure, your calling steady. Understand this, God is not against your desire for blessing. He delights in giving good gifts to His children, but He refuses to let gifts replace Him as the goal. He refuses to let crowns become idols. That is why He purifies motives so that when He blesses, the blessing will not consume you. The mirror also reveals what truly drives you in times of silence. When prayers seem unanswered, when nothing appears to move, your motives are tested. Are you still pursuing Him for Him, or only for what He gives? True devotion is proven not in abundance, but in absence. To love Him when He seems silent is to love Him truly. Chosen one, your motives matter because they shape your destiny. If pride fuels you, the higher you rise, the harder you will fall. If love fuels you, the higher you rise, the more you will serve. Destiny is not sustained by talent or opportunity. It is sustained by the purity of intent. Without it, success becomes ruin. With it, even obscurity becomes glory. So, allow the mirror to do its work. Do not flinch from what it reveals. Bring every hidden motive into the light. Confess it, surrender it, and let the Spirit purify you. The process will not end in shame, but in freedom. You will walk lighter, unburdened by the need for approval, anchored only in the pleasure of God. And when that day comes, when crowns are placed upon your head, your motives will keep you humble. You will not boast of your strength, but of His. You will not claim glory for yourself, but return it to the one who gave it. You will not wield influence to exalt yourself, but to serve others. This is the fruit of purified motives, authority wrapped in humility, power clothed in love. Chosen one, examine yourself, not with fear, but with courage. Look into the mirror of motives, and do not turn away. For what you allow the Spirit to reveal, He will also redeem, and what He redeems, He will use for glory greater than you can imagine. Chosen one, the journey has been long, and often you have felt alone. Yet even in your solitude, heaven has been weaving connections. Not everyone can walk with you, for your path is narrow and costly. But God has always preserved a remnant, those hidden allies who stand by you in silence. They may not be loud, they may not carry titles, they may not even be many, but their presence is evidence that heaven never intended you to endure completely alone. It is written in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 4, verse 9, "Two are better than one, because they have a good return for their labor." These words hold a mystery. Strength multiplies when hearts align. Alone, you can endure much. Together, you can endure more. Alone, you can fight. Together, you can conquer. The enemy seeks isolation because he knows the power of covenant companionship. But God, in His mercy, always provides allies, even if hidden. Think back. Beloved, were there not times when someone appeared at the precise moment you needed encouragement? A word spoken in passing that gave you strength to continue. A friend who stood silently with you in grief. A mentor who prayed unseen prayers on your behalf. These were not coincidences. They were divine allies, placed like pillars beside you, reminding you that you are not forgotten. The hidden allies of your journey may not be recognized by the crowd, but they are celebrated in heaven. Their loyalty is sacred because it is not built on your success, but on your identity. They do not cling to you for what you can offer them. They walk with you because they discern who you are. In a world filled with shallow connections, such allies are rare treasures. Chosen one, do not overlook them. Their presence may be quiet, but their impact is profound. A single prayer spoken for you in private can shift battles in your favor. A single act of kindness at your breaking point can restore your courage. A single reminder of your calling can silence the lies of despair. They are proof that God knows when you need help and always provides it. But allies are not only given to you, you are called to be an ally as well. Just as you have received encouragement, so too must you offer it. Just as others have held you in prayer, so too must you intercede for them. For in strengthening one another, the chosen community grows strong. The journey is not meant to be endured in isolation, but in shared endurance. Remember Elijah, who thought he was utterly alone. He cried out in despair, believing no one else remained faithful. Yet God reminded him of 7,000 who had not bowed to Baal. In the same way, you may feel isolated, but you are not. There are others hidden, faithful, walking their own narrow roads whose spirits align with yours. And when the time comes, God weaves your paths together for strength. Beloved, your allies may not always be obvious. Some stand at a distance, watching, ready to step in when needed. Others walk beside you in quiet faithfulness. Some you may not even meet until later seasons. But all are part of the divine strategy to ensure that you are never utterly alone. Do not despise the small circle. Do not envy the crowds that others gather. A handful of true allies is more valuable than multitudes of shallow companions. Quality, not quantity, is heaven's measure of strength, and those who are assigned to you will not abandon you, for they were placed by God Himself. Now I ask you, chosen one, to honor this truth with a prophetic act. In the comments, write the number 555. Why this number? Because 5 is the number of grace. And repeated 3 times, it represents abundant grace multiplied. By declaring 555, you are acknowledging the grace of God revealed through allies, those who extend His strength, His encouragement, His presence into your life. You are saying, I see the grace in those who walk with me, and I choose to honor it. This is not just about gratitude, it is about recognition. For when you recognize grace in your allies, you cultivate humility and unity. You remember that you were never meant to carry everything alone. You accept that part of being chosen is learning to receive help, just as much as offering it. Chosen one. Your allies are evidence that you are part of something bigger than yourself. You are woven into a tapestry, a body, a living network of those chosen for such a time as this. And, together, you carry a weight that no one could bear alone. The enemy fears not just your light, but the multiplied light of unity. So, take courage. Though the road feels narrow, you are not walking it in total solitude. Hidden allies surround you, seen and unseen, near and far. And above all, the greatest ally walks within you, the Spirit who intercedes with groans beyond words, who strengthens you in weakness, who never abandons you. Honor those who stand with you. Cherish the rare souls who remain in storms. Give thanks for the grace multiplied in companionship. And remember always, you are not alone. You are chosen. Yes, but you are also connected. And together with your allies, you will endure, overcome, and shine brighter than darkness could ever imagine. Chosen one. Time has never been your enemy, though at times it has felt like it. You have looked at delays as obstacles, at waiting as punishment, at seasons of silence as abandonment. Yet in truth, what you have endured is not the cruelty of time, but the mystery of timing. Heaven's calendar is not your own, and only by aligning yourself with divine rhythm can you walk without stumbling. It is written in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 1, there is a time for everything, and a season for every activity under the heavens. These words are more than poetic reflection, they are eternal law. Every seed has its appointed moment to sprout, every flower its appointed hour to bloom, every life its appointed season to rise. You cannot rush what is rooted in eternity, nor can you delay what heaven has already appointed. Beloved, you must learn to read the language of timing. The world shouts that faster is better, that immediate results prove worth, that delay equals failure. But the Spirit whispers differently. Wait, watch, discern. Timing is not about speed, but about alignment. When you move too early, you risk collapse. When you move too late, you miss the opening. But when you move in time with heaven, doors open effortlessly. battles shift in your favor, and the path clears before you. Consider the cycles of the earth. The farmer does not sow in winter nor reap in spring. He knows the rhythms of the soil and the sky. If he misjudges the season, his labor is wasted. But when he honors the timing, the harvest is abundant. So it is with your destiny. If you try to sow where God has not prepared, frustration follows. If you try to reap before the fruit is ripe, disappointment comes. But when you wait for the appointed time, the harvest is certain. Look back over your life. How many times did you feel crushed by delay, only to realize later that the pause preserved you, the job that fell through, the relationship that ended, the opportunity that slipped away at first? You mourned them as losses, but with time, you saw them as mercies. If they had come when you wanted, they would have harmed you. Timing, not failure, was at work. Chosen one. Divine timing is a form of protection. It shields you from blessings too heavy for immature shoulders. It prevents you from building too soon on foundations not yet solid. It spares you from battles you are not ready to fight. The pause is not denial, it is alignment with the rhythm of eternity. And yet, there are also moments when heaven calls you to act quickly, without hesitation. Timing is not always about waiting. Sometimes it is about seizing. There are windows that open only briefly, when the Spirit nudges, when peace surrounds the step. When doors open without striving, that is the time to move. Delay in such moments can be as costly as haste in others. This is why discernment is essential. Discernment grows in silence. It grows in prayer, in stillness, in listening more than speaking. The more you attune your spirit to heaven's rhythm, the more clearly you sense when to wait and when to move. Without discernment, you are at the mercy of impulse. But with discernment, you walk with precision, neither rushing nor lagging, but always in step with destiny. Remember Abraham. When he waited on the promise of a son, impatience led him to act outside of timing, producing Ishmael. Though God still blessed Ishmael, the true promise came later with Isaac, in the fullness of time. Impatience produces substitutes, timing produces fulfillment. Do not settle for substitutes. Trust the timing. Chosen one. The enemy loves to taunt you in waiting seasons. He whispers, "You are forgotten. You are late. You missed your chance." But heaven answers, "You are right on schedule." The creator of time cannot mismanage your story. If the vision seems slow, wait for it. If the promise lingers, trust it. The delay is not death, it is gestation. Like a child in the womb, your destiny grows unseen until the appointed hour of birth. Patience in timing is not passive, it is active trust. It means preparing while waiting. It means strengthening your roots when no fruit is visible. It means tending the soil of your spirit so that when the rain comes, you are ready to receive. Too many squander waiting seasons by complaining, by comparing, by doubting. But the wise use waiting to sharpen, to deepen, to build. That is how you prepare for acceleration when it comes. For acceleration will come. The same God who calls you to wait can also release sudden breakthroughs. The same story that lingered in silence for years can turn in a single day. Timing is not always slow, sometimes it is swift. And when the appointed time arrives, What felt delayed will come with such force that you will scarcely remember the years of waiting. Beloved, rest in this truth. You are not behind. You are not forgotten. You are not late. You are walking in rhythm with a clock older than the stars. Your story is unfolding exactly as it was written. The pauses are holy. The delays are divine. The waiting is purposeful. And when the time comes, what you have longed for will not only arrive, it will arrive perfected. So do not fear time. Embrace it. Honor the seasons. Trust the rhythm. For every appointed moment will come, and no power of darkness can prevent it. The one who authored your days holds every second in his hand, and he wastes none of them. Chosen one, live with eyes open to timing. Wait when heaven says wait. Move when heaven says move. And know with unshakable certainty that every step, whether delayed or accelerated, is bringing you closer to the fulfillment of destiny. Chosen one, there is a battle raging around you that is greater than what your eyes can see. It is not merely a conflict of flesh and blood, of people and circumstances. It is war in the unseen, a clash of light and darkness, of truth and deception, of destiny and destruction. Every step you take toward your calling provokes resistance, for the enemy fears what will happen if you walk fully in the authority given to you. It is declared in the letter to the Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 12, "For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms." These words reveal the true nature of your fight. The attacks that have come against you are not random. They are not mere coincidences. They are orchestrated attempts to derail you, because you carry light that threatens darkness. Beloved, think of the moments when opposition seemed disproportionate. You tried to take a small step forward, and suddenly resistance erupted. Relationships strained. Finances shook. Your peace was attacked. This is not because you are weak, it is because you are significant. Darkness does not waste energy on those who pose no threat. The level of your battle is confirmation of the weight of your calling. But hear this, though the battle is fierce, you are not defenseless. You have been equipped with weapons, not of this world, truth that shatters lies, faith that extinguishes fiery darts, righteousness that shields your heart, salvation that anchors your mind, the word of God that cuts through every scheme, and prayer that connects you directly to heaven's strength. You are not sent to war unarmed. You are clothed in armor forged by God Himself. Chosen one, never mistake your struggle as proof that you are abandoned. It is proof that you are chosen. The fire around you is not a sign of failure. It is a sign of threat. You carry something worth fighting for. And that is why the enemy fights so hard against you. But do not let fear take root. For the very armor you wear ensures that every attack becomes another testimony of endurance. Your presence alone disrupts the plans of darkness. When you enter a room, light enters with you. When you speak truth, lies tremble. When you lift your voice in prayer, strongholds weaken. You may feel ordinary, but in the unseen, your very existence is a weapon. This is why you have been misunderstood, resisted, opposed. It is because your light terrifies the darkness. Beloved, warfare is not always loud. Sometimes it is subtle. It appears in distractions, in weariness, in whispers of doubt. Other times, it rises in storms, sudden crises meant to shake your faith. But in every form, the battle seeks the same goal: to silence you, to stop you, to pull you off course. That is why perseverance is not optional, it is essential. You must learn to stand even when the ground shakes, to lift your shield of faith even when arrows fly relentlessly, to wield the sword of the word even when your hands tremble. For victory is not always seen in immediate triumph, but in endurance. Every day you remain unshaken is victory. Every step forward despite resistance is triumph. Every refusal to quit is conquest. And now, hear me with clarity. You are not fighting alone. Angels are assigned to your path. The Spirit intercedes for you with groans too deep for words. The same power that raised Christ from the dead dwells in you, empowering you to withstand every storm. You are never outnumbered, even when you feel surrounded. In truth, it is the enemy who is outnumbered by the armies of heaven on your side. Chosen one, let this battle awaken your authority. Do not cower. Do not shrink back. Rise in the knowledge that you are armored, anointed, and appointed for this very conflict. The enemy would not fight you if you were not dangerous. So instead of fearing the opposition, let it remind you of your power. Every arrow fired at you is evidence that you are advancing. And now I speak to you with sincerity if these words have stirred something within you. If you know deep down that this battle describes your reality, then I ask you to anchor yourself to this message. Like this message not as routine, but as a declaration: I stand armored. Share it not for vanity, but because someone else you know is weary in their own war, and they need this reminder. Subscribe not for numbers, but so that every time a new word is released, you remain connected to the strength that keeps you fighting. This is not about building platforms, it is about building warriors. You are part of a generation marked for spiritual battle, chosen to carry light into places of darkness. And together, when each one stands armored, when each one shares light, when each one endures, the forces of darkness tremble. So lift your head, beloved. Do not fear the war. You were born for this battle. The armor fits you. The weapons are in your hands. The Spirit is within you, and victory is already written into your story. Walk forward boldly, for the war you face is the very proof of your chosenness. Chosen one, you have felt the weariness of the battle. You have stood in storms, endured arrows, and walked through valleys darker than you thought you could survive. And still, here you are breathing, listening, waiting for the next word. That alone is testimony. You are not here by accident. You are here because you were preserved. And if you were preserved, it means your purpose is not finished. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Isaiah. Chapter 41, verse 10, So do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. These words are not distant promises, they are present reality. You have been upheld all along, even in your weakest moments, when you thought you had nothing left. His hand carried you. That is why you did not collapse. That is why you did not lose your mind. That is why you are still here. Beloved, endurance is not glamorous. It rarely wins applause. Most people will never know the nights you cried yourself to sleep, the mornings you dragged yourself out of despair, the moments you held on when everything in you screamed to let go. But heaven knows. Heaven saw every tear, every whisper of prayer, every step you forced yourself to take when your strength was gone. That unseen endurance is more powerful than any public display of strength. Endurance is proof of faith. Anyone can believe for a moment, but the chosen are marked by their ability to remain when promises feel delayed, to remain when prayers seem unanswered, to remain when opposition intensifies. This is the seal of the faithful, that no matter what rises against them, they do not surrender their trust. Think of Job, stripped of everything, wealth, health, family, yet still he declared, "Though he slay me, yet will I trust him." That is endurance. Or think of Paul, beaten, imprisoned, rejected, yet he pressed on to finish the race. That is endurance. You, too, carry that same spirit. Your story may not look like theirs, but the essence is the same. You have refused to let go of faith. Chosen one. Endurance is not about never falling. It is about always rising again. You have stumbled. You have faltered. You have even doubted, but you did not stay down. You rose. And every time you rose, you became stronger. Endurance does not mean perfection. It means persistence. It means you refuse to quit, even when quitting would have been easier. This persistence terrifies darkness. The enemy's goal is not merely to wound you, but to stop you. Every attack, every storm, every lie has been designed to wear you down until you quit. But you have not quit, and that is victory. Each day you endure. You proclaim that God's power is greater than the enemy's schemes. Endurance also refines character. It strips away what is shallow and leaves only what is unshakable. Through endurance, you learn patience. Through endurance, you discover compassion. Through endurance, you grow in wisdom. The very qualities that define greatness are birthed not in ease, but in struggle. And though the journey feels long, the fruit of endurance will outlast every trial. Beloved, you may ask, how much longer must I endure? The answer is this: as long as it takes for the promise to be fulfilled. Do not grow weary in well-doing, for in due season you will reap if you do not faint. Every step forward, even in exhaustion, is a step closer to fulfillment. Your endurance is never wasted. And now I ask you to seal this truth with a declaration. In the comments, write these words: I will stand. 3 words, but they carry the weight of eternity. By writing them, you are affirming that no matter what rises against you, you will not collapse. You may bend, but you will not break. You may weep, but you will not quit. You may stumble, but you will rise again. This is your testimony. Do not underestimate this act. Writing it is more than a response. It is a prophetic statement. It is you agreeing with heaven and defying the enemy. It is you choosing endurance, not just in thought, but in declaration. Every time you proclaim, I will stand, you strengthen your own spirit and remind the unseen realms of who you are, one chosen to endure. Chosen one. Never forget that endurance is not forever. Trials are seasonal, but promises are eternal. There will come a day when the weight lifts, when the night breaks, when the dawn reveals the purpose behind every struggle, you will see with clarity what you only believed in faith. And when that day comes, your endurance will shine like gold refined by fire. Until then, stand. Stand when it hurts. Stand when you are weary. Stand when everything in you says collapse. Stand because you are upheld not by your strength but by His righteous right hand. Stand because your endurance is testimony. Stand because you are chosen not just to start the race, but to finish it. And when you finish, you will not finish empty-handed. You will finish crowned. For the promise remains, blessed are those who endure, for they will receive the crown of life. That crown is waiting, chosen one, and every step of endurance is carrying you closer to it. Chosen one. There is a weight to glory that cannot be carried lightly. Many desire crowns, but few are willing to endure the process that prepares them. Glory is not given cheaply. It is entrusted only to those who have been tested, refined, and proven faithful in seasons of both abundance and lack. This is the paradox of being chosen. The greater the glory appointed to you, the greater the preparation required of you. It is written in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 17, "For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all." At first, these words may seem almost offensive. How could your pain be called light? How could your struggles be described as momentary, yet in the scale of eternity? What feels unbearable now is shaping glory so weighty, so lasting, that your present suffering pales in comparison. Beloved, your troubles are not wasted. Every tear shed, every night endured, every loss carried, they are not meaningless. They are producing something within you, an eternal weight that cannot be destroyed. Suffering is not a detour from your calling, it is part of the road. It presses out of you the impurities that would weaken you. It deepens your capacity to carry light. It stretches your spirit to hold glory without breaking. Think of gold refined by fire. The process is violent, the heat intense, but the purpose is purity. Without the furnace, the gold remains mixed with impurities, fragile and unfit for crowns, but with fire, it becomes pure, strong, radiant. You, too, are in the furnace, and though it burns, though it feels unbearable, it is producing within you a glory that will not fade. Glory is not about shining for the applause of people. True glory is about reflecting the presence of God. It is about becoming so aligned with Him that your very existence reveals His nature. Glory is weight, responsibility, influence, and without endurance, without refinement, without humility, it cannot be carried. That is why you have endured so much, because what you are called to carry is heavy, and only the refined can hold it. Chosen one, you must learn to reinterpret your struggles. Instead of asking, "Why me?" ask, "What is this producing in me?" Instead of cursing the fire, bless it for the purity it creates. Instead of despising the waiting, honor it as preparation. This shift does not remove the pain, but it redeems it. It transforms suffering from meaningless into sacred. Look at Joseph, betrayed, enslaved, imprisoned, yet each trial prepared him to carry the weight of governing nations. Look at Moses, hidden in the desert for 40 years, yet that obscurity shaped him into a leader who could confront Pharaoh and guide a people. Look at Paul, beaten, shipwrecked, imprisoned, yet those trials birthed letters that continue to shape faith across centuries. Their troubles were not wasted, they were transformed into eternal glory. Beloved, your story will be the same. The weight you carry now is not punishment, it is investment. Heaven is pouring into you endurance, wisdom, compassion, authority. And one day, the crown placed upon your head will not be ornamental, it will be proof of battles endured, lessons learned, pain redeemed. But remember, this glory is not for you alone. The weight you carry is not to exalt yourself, but to lift others. True glory serves. It bends down to heal, to guide, to strengthen. It does not seek thrones for self, but thrones that serve. This is why the refining process is necessary to strip away pride, selfishness, and ambition that would corrupt glory. What remains is humility, compassion, and love. Chosen one, do not compare your process with others. Some carry lighter crowns, and their preparation is less intense. But your calling is unique. The weight appointed to you requires a depth of refinement others may never understand. Do not envy their ease. Do not resent your struggle. Trust that the measure of your trials corresponds to the measure of your destiny. Even now, though you may not see it, glory is forming within you. Every scar carries a story that will inspire others. Every loss has carved space in your heart for compassion. Every delay has deepened your patience. Every battle has sharpened your discernment. These are treasures no thief can steal. No rust can decay. No fire can destroy. They are eternal, and they are yours. Beloved, glory is not given quickly because what is eternal cannot be rushed. A lifetime of faithfulness may feel long, but in eternity, it is a moment. And when you step into the fullness of your destiny, you will see clearly what you now only glimpse, that every moment of pain was shaping eternal weight, that every tear was watering seeds of glory, that every trial was producing endurance that will shine forever. So lift your eyes. Do not despise the weight you carry. Honor it as holy, for it is evidence of your chosenness. The very troubles that feel unbearable now are shaping within you something beyond measure. And when the refining ends, when the crown is placed upon your head, you will see with clarity that the wait was worth it. Chosen one, your troubles are temporary, but your glory will be eternal. Endure the fire. Embrace the process. Carry the weight with trust. For soon, the fullness of what has been prepared for you will be revealed, and every moment of suffering will be redeemed in radiance. Chosen one. One of the greatest struggles you have carried in silence is the tension between rejection and identity. You have been overlooked, dismissed, misjudged, and misunderstood. At times, the sting of rejection pierced deeper than any physical wound. It made you question your worth, your calling, your very existence, and yet, what the world calls rejection, heaven calls redirection. Every no you endured was never meant to diminish you, but to guide you back to who you truly are. It is written in the first letter of Peter, chapter 2, verse 9, "But you are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession, that you may declare the praises of him who called you out of darkness into his wonderful light. Do you hear it? Rejection was never the final word spoken over you. Identity is, you are chosen, royal, holy, and possessed by God himself. This truth outranks every voice of dismissal, every whisper of unworthiness, every human opinion. Beloved, rejection has been your teacher. It has stripped away illusions, revealing that your identity cannot be built on the acceptance of people. If they had embraced you too soon, you would have mistaken their approval for purpose. If they had celebrated you without discernment, you might have tethered your worth to their applause. Instead, rejection forced you to seek your value in a higher place. It pushed you into the arms of the one whose acceptance never wavers. Think of Jesus himself, rejected in his own hometown, dismissed as nothing more than the carpenter's son, betrayed by his closest friends, denied by one who swore loyalty, mocked by crowds he came to save. Rejection was not proof of failure, but proof of his chosenness. If the purest one who ever lived was rejected, how much more should you expect it? Yet, just as rejection did not strip him of identity, it cannot strip you either. Chosen one, you must learn to reinterpret rejection. When doors close, it is not because you are worthless, it is because that door was not aligned with your destiny. When people walk away, it is not because you are unlovable, it is because their assignment in your story has ended. When opportunities slip away, it is not because you are inadequate, it is because heaven has prepared a path that no human could have opened. Rejection is painful, yes, but it is also protective. Rejection is also refinement. It burns away the need for constant validation. It teaches you to stand alone if necessary. It strengthens your inner resolve so that when destiny places you in positions of visibility, you will not be enslaved by applause. You will not bend under pressure to conform. You will not compromise to gain approval. Instead, you will walk in the steady assurance that you are already accepted by the one who matters most. Beloved, your identity is not fragile. It is rooted in eternity. You are not defined by titles, by roles, by successes, or by failures. You are defined by chosenness. You are God's possession, purchased at the highest cost, sealed with eternal promise. Nothing can strip that away, not rejection, not betrayal, not abandonment. When the world says, "You are not enough," heaven answers, "You are mine." Consider the olive tree. To release its oil, the olive must be pressed. Rejection is that pressing. It feels like crushing, but it releases what is hidden within. The oil of anointing, the fragrance of endurance, the strength of identity, all are birthed in rejection. Without pressing, the olive remains whole but fruitless. With pressing, it becomes a source of nourishment, healing, and light. Your rejection has pressed you, but it has also released your anointing. Chosen one, reflect for a moment on the rejections you have endured, the friendships that ended without explanation, the family members who misunderstood your path, the employers who overlooked your potential, the communities that never embraced your difference. Each wound has cut, but each wound has also shaped. The scars are not signs of weakness, they are markers of identity. They remind you that you were not made to blend in, You were made to stand apart. Do not fear rejection anymore. Do not resent it. Learn to see it as confirmation that you are walking the path of the chosen. If you were meant to fit easily into every circle, you would not be marked for destiny. If you were meant to be accepted by all, you would not be set apart. Rejection is a holy reminder. You are different. You are distinct. You are called. And with this identity comes authority. Because you have been rejected, you carry compassion for others who are cast aside. You can see the lonely, the overlooked, the dismissed, and you can speak life into them because you know their pain. Your authority is not born of titles, but of scars. And when you speak, it carries weight, because it is backed by lived experience. Beloved, your rejection has made you a priest for the rejected, a light for the overlooked, a voice for the silenced. This is the deeper purpose of what you endured. It was never just about you. It was about shaping you into one who can lift others. Your scars are not shameful, they are sacred. So, walk boldly in your identity. Do not shrink to fit the spaces that once rejected you. Do not beg for seats at tables where your presence was never welcomed. Do not chase circles that could not recognize your worth. You are not meant to fit in. You are meant to build new tables, new spaces, new paths. You are not a guest in destiny. You are an heir. And heirs do not beg for place, they inherit it. Chosen one. When you embrace your identity fully, rejection loses its power. It may still sting, but it no longer defines. It may still wound, but it no longer destroys. For you stand anchored in eternal truth. You are chosen. You are royal. You are holy. You are God's possession. Nothing else matters more. And one day, the same voices that dismissed you will witness your unveiling, not because you sought revenge, but because God will display His glory through you. The stone the builders rejected becomes the cornerstone. What was overlooked becomes the foundation. And when that day comes, your scars will shine as testimony that rejection was never your end, it was your beginning. So, lift your head. Do not carry shame. Do not question your worth. You are chosen, beloved, not in spite of rejection, but through it. It has refined you, shaped you, anchored you, and now you walk not as one defined by what people said, but as one defined by what heaven declared from the beginning, mine, chosen one. Every step you take in faith sends ripples far beyond what you can see. Your obedience does not end with you, it extends into generations. The choices you make today, the battles you fight, the victories you win, and even the scars you carry are not only shaping your story, they are shaping the story of those who come after you. This is the mystery of legacy. What you do now echoes into tomorrow. It is written in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 7, verse 9. Know therefore that the Lord your God is God. He is the faithful God, keeping His covenant of love to 1,000 generations of those who love Him and keep His commandments. These words remind you that legacy is not fragile. It is not dependent solely on your strength. It is anchored in covenant, a covenant God Himself keeps through generations. Your faith, even when imperfect, plants seeds that outlive you. Beloved, legacy begins with unseen sacrifices, the prayers whispered in your quiet room, the tears you shed for loved ones, the choices you make to walk in holiness even when no one is watching. These are the foundations of legacy. They may seem hidden, but they are written into eternity, stored as inheritance for those who follow after you. Do not underestimate the weight of one act of faith. A single decision to obey can alter the course of an entire family. A single prayer of intercession can protect descendants you will never meet. A single moment of surrender can shift patterns of destruction that ran through generations before you. You are not only walking for yourself, you are breaking chains, planting seeds, and forging paths for many. Think of Abraham. His obedience to leave his homeland birthed a nation. Think of Ruth. Her loyalty to Naomi placed her in the lineage of kings. Think of Timothy, whose sincere faith was rooted in the legacy of his grandmother Lois and mother Eunice. These stories remind you that legacy is not only about crowns and thrones, it is about faith handed down, endurance passed on, light preserved, chosen one. You must embrace the weight of this truth. You are a transitional figure. You stand between what has been and what will be. The curses of the past do not have to continue through you. The mistakes of your ancestors do not have to define your descendants. Through you, cycles break. Through you, new paths begin. Through you, what was bound is released, and what was barren becomes fruitful. This is why the battle has been so intense. The enemy does not merely fear you, he fears your legacy. He knows that if you endure, your light will not end with you, it will multiply. Every time you resist temptation, you are not only protecting yourself, but safeguarding future generations. Every time you remain faithful, you are building inheritance that your descendants will walk in. Beloved, legacy requires intentionality. You must choose what seeds to plant. Will you plant bitterness, or will you plant forgiveness? Will you pass down fear, or will you pass down faith? Will you model compromise, or will you model endurance? These choices matter. They carve patterns into the lives of those who look to you, whether they are children by blood, spiritual sons and daughters, or those who simply watch your example. And legacy does not demand perfection. It demands authenticity. Those who come after you do not need to see flawless strength. They need to see faithful perseverance. They need to see that though you stumbled, you rose again. That though you wept, you still trusted. That though you felt weak, you clung to grace. This is the legacy that transforms lives, not the illusion of perfection, but the testimony of persistence. Chosen one, I invite you now to make a prophetic declaration over your legacy. In the comments, write the number 888. Why this number? Because 8 is the number of new beginnings, and in repeating it, you declare a triple portion of new beginnings, not just for yourself, but for your line, your legacy, your inheritance. By typing 888, you are declaring that the cycles of the past are broken and new patterns of light, love, and faith begin with you. This is not superstition. It is symbolism, a prophetic act that seals what your spirit already knows. You are a threshold. You are the hinge upon which history swings. You are the one through whom old chains break and new songs rise. Heaven sees it, darkness fears it, and your declaration aligns you with it. Legacy also reminds you of humility, for what you carry is bigger than you. You are part of a story that began long before you and will continue long after you. Your role is sacred. but it is not solitary. Others have sown into you, and you now sow into others. The baton is passed from generation to generation, and you are both a runner and a steward. So do not despise your place in this chain, even if you feel small. Your faith is not. Even if you feel weary, your perseverance matters. Even if you feel unnoticed, heaven sees the seeds you plant. And one day, perhaps long after you are gone, those seeds will bloom, and others will give thanks for the legacy you left. Beloved, remember, crowns are personal, but legacy is collective. Your crown testifies to your endurance. Your legacy testifies to your influence. Both matter, both are eternal, and both are being shaped right now in the decisions you make daily. So, walk with awareness. Speak words that build, not tear down. Choose actions that bless, not curse. Model faith that inspires, not fear that cripples. For you are chosen not only to walk your own path, but to pave the way for many. And when the day comes that you stand before the throne, you will see clearly what you now only believe, that every act of faith, every seed sown, every prayer whispered was multiplied into a harvest that outlives you. You will see generations walking in light because you refuse to quit in darkness. You will see chains broken because you endured the fire. You will see crowns placed not only on your head, but on the heads of those who followed your example. Chosen one, this is your legacy. It is holy, it is eternal, and it begins now with you. Chosen one, there is a roar rising in your spirit that cannot be silenced. It is the sound of awakening, of courage being reborn, of destiny calling louder than fear. For too long, you have walked with weights on your shoulders, doubts in your mind, and silence in your mouth. But the time has come for you to rise with boldness, not timid faith, not hesitant obedience, but a fearless confidence in who you are and what you carry. It is declared in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 1, verse 7, "For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind." These words are your foundation. Fear was never your inheritance. Anxiety was never your portion. Confusion was never your destiny. What you have been given is power, love, and clarity. And now, you must step fully into that gift. Beloved, fear has long tried to paralyze you. It whispered that you were not enough, that your voice did not matter, that your failures disqualified you. It tried to silence your roar before it even formed. Yet even in your fear, you kept moving. Even in your trembling, you kept obeying. That persistence is proof that courage already lives within you. For courage is not the absence of fear, it is the refusal to let fear rule you. Now, courage must grow into boldness. Boldness to speak truth even when it is unpopular. Boldness to walk paths others avoid. Boldness to claim promises others are too afraid to reach for. Boldness to shine light in places where darkness has long ruled. Boldness not for your own glory, but for the one who chose you. Think of Peter, once trembling before a servant girl, denying his Lord in fear. Yet after receiving the Spirit, he stood before crowds and declared truth with fire. What changed? Not his personality, but his boldness. The same Spirit dwells in you, and the same transformation awaits you. You may feel ordinary, but boldness will make you extraordinary. Chosen one. Boldness is not arrogance. It is humility on fire. It is the courage to step into what God has spoken, not because you believe in yourself alone, but because you trust the one who sent you. It is not about boasting in your strength. It is about refusing to diminish his power within you. To walk in boldness is to agree with heaven's view of you, even when your own view still trembles. But boldness requires practice. You must train yourself to act even when fear whispers. Speak when silence seems easier. Step when standing still feels safer. Obey when hesitation tempts you. Each act of boldness strengthens your spirit, until fear loses its grip entirely. The lion within you grows with every roar you release. And hear this, the world is waiting for your boldness. There are lives tied to your obedience, souls that will awaken when you rise, chains that will break when you roar. Your silence has cost enough. Your hesitation has delayed enough. Now is the time to move forward with fearless resolve. Beloved, boldness will not always win applause. It may invite resistance. It may provoke misunderstanding. But do not let that deter you. Resistance is proof of impact. Misunderstanding is proof of difference. When you walk in boldness, you will stand out, and you were never meant to blend in. Your boldness also inspires others. When you choose to rise, you give others permission to rise. When you speak truth, you embolden others to do the same. When you walk fearlessly, you create a ripple effect of courage. Your boldness multiplies beyond yourself, birthing boldness in others who thought they were alone in their struggle. Chosen one, you cannot afford to shrink back anymore. There is too much at stake, too much waiting on your obedience. The crown is not for the timid, it is for the bold. The path is not for the faint-hearted, it is for those who refuse to quit. And you, beloved, have been marked as one of them. Now, let me speak sincerely to your heart. If this word has stirred you, if something inside you knows it is time to rise in boldness, then I ask you to take a step of agreement, like this message, not as routine, but as a declaration that you choose courage over fear. Share it, not for numbers, but because someone in your circle is battling silence and needs this reminder. And subscribe not as habit, but to remain connected to the flow of words that strengthen you to keep roaring when fear tries to quiet you. These actions may seem small, but they are prophetic. Every click is a choice. Every share is a seed. Every subscription is a stance. It is you saying, I align with boldness. I will not retreat. I will not shrink back. I will rise, and I will roar. Beloved, your roar is not just for you. It is for the broken who need hope. It is for the weary who need encouragement. It is for the captives who need freedom. Your roar carries healing, carries truth, carries light. When you release it, chains fall and lives shift. That is why fear has fought so hard to silence you, because your voice is dangerous to darkness. So roar. Roar in prayer until the heavens shake. Roar in truth until lies crumble. Roar in worship until atmospheres change. Roar in obedience until chains break. Do not hold back. Do not apologize. Do not dilute your fire to make others comfortable. You were chosen to roar, and the time is now. And when you do, you will find that fear flees quicker than you imagined. Fear only survives in silence. Once you roar, It scatters once you act. It weakens once you step forward. It crumbles. Fear has no power over the bold. Chosen one. Rise. Roar. Stand with courage. Move with confidence. Walk in power. For you were not given fear, you were given fire. And that fire is unquenchable, unstoppable, undeniable. The world may tremble at your boldness, but heaven rejoices. You are chosen, not to whisper, not to hide, not to cower, but to roar with fearless faith until the earth is filled with light. Chosen one. There is a throne prepared for you. But before crowns come trials. Before seats of authority come seasons of testing. You have endured much already. Yet the weight you carry proves the height of where you are going. This is not simply about your survival, it is about your reigning. You are being trained not only to endure, but to rule. Not only to walk, but to lead. Not only to carry light, but to govern it. It is written in the book of Revelation, chapter 3, verse 21, to the one who is victorious, I will give the right to sit with me on my throne, just as I was victorious and sat down with my Father on his throne. Do you hear it? Victory is not just escape from struggle, it is the key to authority. The throne is not given to the timid or the wavering, it is entrusted to those who overcome. And you, beloved, are among the overcomers. But what does it mean to overcome? It means to refuse to surrender when the enemy throws his fiercest blows. It means to rise again after stumbling. It means to cling to faith even when doubt shouts louder. Overcoming is not about living untouched by battle, it is about emerging from battle still standing. Scarred, perhaps, but crowned nonetheless. Chosen one. Your scars are not shameful, they are royal marks. They testify that you have faced lions and survived. They declare that you have walked through fire and were not consumed. They proclaim that you have endured rejection, betrayal, and loss. Yet here you remain, not destroyed, but refined. Those scars will one day shine like jewels in your crown, proof that you are worthy of the throne prepared for you. Authority is not granted cheaply. It is forged through struggle. That is why your life has not been easy. Every tear, every trial, every breaking has been part of the preparation. You were not called to blend in with crowds. You were called to sit with kings. And to sit with kings, you must endure what ordinary ones cannot. Beloved, authority in the kingdom is not about lording over others. It is about serving with weight. It is about carrying responsibility with humility, wielding influence with wisdom, leading with love. That is why the testing has been so severe, because authority without refinement corrupts. But authority forged in fire produces leaders who are both strong and compassionate, bold yet humble, powerful yet pure. Think of Joseph, elevated to rule Egypt after years of rejection, betrayal, and imprisonment. His authority was not born in comfort, but in hardship. Think of Esther, who risked her life in silence before she carried authority in the palace. Think of Jesus himself, who endured the cross before sitting at the right hand of the Father. All authority worth carrying is preceded by suffering worth enduring. Chosen one. This is why you cannot despise the process. The pain is not pointless, it is producing your authority. The waiting is not wasted, it is preparing your throne. The struggles are not random, they are training for reigning. Each time you choose obedience, you are shaping your crown. Each time you endure, you are proving your readiness. Each time you overcome, you are stepping closer to the throne. And now, I ask you to seal this word with a declaration. In the comments, write these 3 words: I choose victory. Short, but weighty. Simple, but prophetic. By writing them, you are declaring that you will not bow to defeat, that you will not surrender to despair, that you will not let fear write your story. You are proclaiming that no matter what rises against you, you will overcome, for your throne is waiting. Do not dismiss this act. It is more than text, it is testimony. It is not just for this moment, it is for your future. Each time you affirm victory, you anchor yourself deeper into the truth that you were born to reign, not to crumble. You align with heaven's view of you, not a victim of circumstance, but a victor destined for crowns. Beloved, understand this: crowns are not merely symbols of reward, they are symbols of identity. They declare that you endured what others could not, that you bore the weight of chosenness, that you refused to quit when quitting was easiest. Your crown will not be ornamental, it will be eternal. And when it is placed upon your head, every scar, every trial, every tear will be seen for what they truly were: steps toward glory. So do not grow weary. Do not despise the waiting. Do not resent the fire. Each moment of endurance is shaping you into royalty. Each act of faith is proving you worthy of the throne. And when the day comes, you will not sit trembling in borrowed authority. You will sit firmly in earned authority. Crowned because you overcame. Chosen one. The throne is not a dream, it is a promise. And the promise will not fail. Stand steady. Endure faithfully. Overcome boldly. For soon, the one who called you will say, "Well done, victorious one. Sit with me, for the throne prepared for you is ready." Chosen one, there is a silence that feels unbearable, a pause that tests you more than any storm. Storms at least are loud, obvious, filled with struggle, you can see. But silence gnaws at your faith in hidden ways. It whispers questions in the night. Has God forgotten me? Has my prayer gone unheard? Has my destiny been delayed beyond repair? This silence, though it feels like absence, is in truth one of the deepest tools of heaven's refining. It is written in the book of Psalms, chapter 46, verse 10, "Be still, and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted in the earth." Stillness is not inactivity, it is trust. Silence is not neglect, it is preparation. When heaven grows quiet, it is not abandonment, it is often the moment when roots grow deepest, when unseen foundations are being laid for what is to come. Beloved, you must learn to interpret silence rightly. When prayers seem unanswered, it is not because God is deaf. When guidance seems withheld, it is not because he is indifferent. Silence is a test of trust. It strips away the props of constant reassurance and asks, will you still believe when you cannot hear? Will you still walk when you cannot see? Will you still trust when you feel nothing in silence? Your motives are exposed. Do you seek God only for his voice? Or do you love him for who he is, even when he does not speak, in silence? Your faith is purified. It shifts from dependency on feelings to dependency on covenant. In silence, Your patience is strengthened, teaching you that timing belongs to heaven, not to your demands. Consider Abraham, waiting decades for the promise of Isaac. Consider Hannah, enduring years of unanswered prayers for a child. Consider the intertestamental years between Malachi and Matthew, 4 centuries of prophetic silence before the Messiah came. Each silence was not wasted. Each silence carried purpose. Each silence ended in fulfillment. Chosen one. Silence is often the womb of destiny. Just as a child grows hidden in the dark before birth, so too does your calling grow in silence before revelation. To demand constant noise, constant affirmation, constant answers is to demand premature birth. But to endure silence is to allow destiny to mature fully, so that when it arrives, it cannot be shaken. The silence also teaches you to listen differently. When the thunder of words ceases, you begin to notice whispers, the subtle nudges, the quiet confirmations, the small signs you once overlooked. Silence sharpens discernment. It trains your ears not only for the dramatic, but for the delicate. And in this way, silence draws you closer, not further. Beloved, silence is also a shield. If you knew everything at once, if every detail of your destiny were revealed prematurely, the weight of it might crush you. If every answer were given instantly, you would never learn endurance. If every prayer were answered immediately, you would never learn trust. Silence protects you as much as it tests you. You have felt the sting of silence. You have cried prayers into what seemed like empty air. You have searched for signs that never came. Yet even in that void, you were sustained. Even in that pause, you were preserved. This proves the truth: silence does not mean absence. For if God had truly abandoned you, you would not still be here. The very fact that you endure is evidence that even in silence, His hand has held you. Chosen one. Shift your view of silence. Instead of seeing it as punishment, see it as intimacy. Silence is what happens in the deepest relationships, not constant chatter, but presence that needs no words. Lovers can sit together without speaking and still be close. Friends can share silence and still be connected. So too with God. Silence does not mean distance, it can mean depth. This silence will not last forever. Just as night gives way to morning, just as winter gives way to spring, the silence will end in a word, in a breakthrough, in a revelation that makes sense of all you endured. And when it comes, you will not look back on the silence as wasted, but as sacred. You will realize that it was in those quiet, hidden moments that your roots grew strong enough to hold the weight of what was to come. Beloved, do not despise the silence. Let it shape you. Let it deepen you. Let it teach you that God is not only in the noise, not only in the signs, not only in the dramatic, He is also in the stillness. He is also in the waiting. He is also in the quiet presence that never leaves, even when words are withheld. When you walk through silence again, and you will remember this truth, silence is not the absence of God, but the proving of your faith. It is the ground where your trust is tested, refined, and found unshakable. And when the silence breaks, your faith will be stronger, your roots deeper, your destiny nearer. Chosen one, rest in the stillness. Be at peace in the quiet. Trust in the silence, for even there, He is God. And even there, you are not abandoned, you are chosen, chosen one. There is a mystery you must embrace. Not every burden you carry is your own, because you are marked. You often feel the weight of battles that do not belong to you alone. You sense heaviness in atmospheres, discern struggles in others, and carry intercessions in your spirit that you cannot always explain. This is part of your chosenness. You are not only called to walk your own path, but also to stand as a vessel through which light breaks into the lives of others. It is written in the book of Galatians, chapter 6, verse 2, "Carry each other's burdens, and in this way you will fulfill the law of Christ." These words reveal a calling deeper than personal survival. You are chosen not merely to endure for yourself, but to become strength for the weary, prayer for the broken, light for the lost. Your life is interwoven with the lives of many, and your faith is not isolated, it ripples outward. Beloved, do not be surprised by the weight you sometimes feel without explanation, the sudden heaviness, the unshakable urgency to pray, the compassion that overwhelms you. These are not random. They are evidence of your intercessory calling. Heaven trusts you to carry in prayer what others cannot carry themselves. You feel it because you are assigned to it. Think of Moses, lifting his hands while Joshua fought in the valley. As long as his hands were raised, Israel prevailed. But when weariness overcame him, Aaron and Hur came alongside to hold his arms. This is the mystery of shared burdens. Victory is not born in isolation, but in unity. Your prayers may be the unseen force lifting another into breakthrough. Your endurance may be the reason someone else finds strength to continue. Chosen one. Carrying others' burdens does not mean losing yourself in their struggles. It means allowing God to use your heart as a vessel of compassion, your voice as a channel of intercession, your presence as a reminder of His faithfulness. It is not about being consumed, it is about being available. You are not called to fix every problem, but you are called to stand in the gap, to release light where darkness seeks to overwhelm. This calling will sometimes feel heavy. You will feel drained by battles you cannot explain, weary from weights that are not your own. But take courage, you are not bearing them alone. The Spirit intercedes through you with groans too deep for words. Angels strengthen you in unseen realms. And above all, the one who carried the weight of the world carries you as you carry others. Beloved, do not underestimate the power of silent prayers. The moment you whisper someone's name before heaven, chains begin to loosen. The moment you intercede for a weary soul, strength begins to flow. The moment you cry out for a wandering heart, light begins to break through. Intercession is warfare, and you are a warrior in ways you may never fully see on this side of eternity. Consider Abraham, interceding for Sodom, pleading with God to spare the city for the sake of the righteous. Consider Hannah, praying in anguish for a son and birthing Samuel, who would anoint kings. Consider Jesus himself, who even now intercedes at the right hand of the Father for those he loves. You stand in that same stream of intercession, chosen to partner with heaven in shifting outcomes, rewriting stories, preserving lives. Chosen one. Your compassion is not weakness, it is weapon. The tears you shed are not wasted, they water the soil of miracles. The burdens you feel are not punishment, they are invitations to participate in divine plans. The very sensitivity you once resented is proof of your role as an intercessor. one who feels what others ignore, one who carries what others dismiss. And yet, you must also learn balance, to carry burdens without being crushed. You must stay rooted in presence, without returning to the secret place. The weight will overwhelm you. Without releasing the burdens back to God, you will drown under them. Intercession is not about clinging to the weight. It is about lifting it up, placing it in the hands of the one who alone can carry it fully. Beloved, understand this clearly. You are not the Savior. You are a vessel. You cannot redeem anyone by your own strength, but you can open the way for the Redeemer to intervene. This awareness will preserve you from pride on one side and burnout on the other. You are chosen to intercede, not to replace the one who saves. And this, too, is part of your testimony. While others live only for themselves, you have been entrusted with the capacity to carry beyond yourself. While others ignore the cries of the broken, you feel them in your spirit. While others move on quickly, you linger in prayer until peace comes. This is evidence that you are chosen not only to receive crowns, but to share in the heart of Christ, who bore the ultimate burden for all. Chosen one, rejoice in this calling, even when it feels heavy. For every unseen prayer, there will be a seen reward. For every burden carried, there will be fruit that testifies. For every weight lifted in silence, there will be lives transformed in ways you cannot yet imagine. The ripple of your intercession will extend farther than you will ever know, touching generations, rewriting destinies, altering eternity. So when the heaviness comes again, do not despise it. Recognize it, embrace it, carry it to the secret place, and release it in prayer. Trust that what you feel is not random but purposeful, and know with certainty heaven trusts you with burdens because you are faithful, because you are chosen, because you are strong enough to carry them until they are transferred into His hands. Beloved, this is not the easiest part of your calling, but it is one of the most sacred. To be trusted with others' battles, to be allowed to intercede in unseen ways, to carry light into darkness on behalf of another, this is holy. And though many will never know the weight you carried for them, heaven records it all. One day, when you stand before the throne, you will see the full tapestry. You will see the lives preserved because you prayed, the chains broken because you interceded, the souls awakened because you carried a burden in silence. And in that moment, you will realize none of it was wasted. Every weight had meaning. Every burden carried glory. Every intercession bore fruit. Chosen one, embrace this mantle. Do not shrink from it, for to carry others is to walk in the very footsteps of Christ. And when you do, you reflect Him more clearly than ever before, not only as one who endures, but as one who carries love into the lives of many. Chosen one, every path you have walked, every valley you have endured, every mountain you have climbed has not been random. There has been order even in the chaos, design even in the detours, purpose even in the pain. What feels like fragments to you has always been part of a greater tapestry. The story of your life is not a collection of accidents, it is a masterpiece in progress, woven by hands that never make mistakes. It is written in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 28. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose. This verse is not merely comfort, it is revelation. All things not some. Not only the victories, not only the moments you felt strong, all things, the mistakes, the rejections, the betrayals, the losses, the seasons of silence, all of it is being woven together into good. Beloved, think of the times you thought your story was over, the heartbreak that left you breathless, the failure that convinced you you had disqualified yourself, the loneliness that made you wonder if you were forgotten. Yet here you stand, further along than you thought you would ever be. Why? Because purpose was still at work. Even when you stumbled, even when you strayed, even when you doubted, the weaver never let go of the threads of your story. This is the mystery of providence. What the enemy intended for evil becomes the very soil in which your destiny grows. The betrayal that broke you became the lesson that strengthened you. The delay that frustrated you became the space in which patience was born. The rejection that wounded you became the proof that you were set apart. Nothing was wasted. Nothing was random. Everything has been gathered and used. Chosen one. This should change the way you view your past. No longer see it as a chain of regrets, but as the groundwork for glory. No longer see your scars as signs of weakness, but as evidence of battles won. No longer see your detours as delays, but as training grounds where endurance was forged. When you reinterpret your story through the lens of providence, despair turns into gratitude, and shame turns into testimony. Consider Joseph, who declared to his brothers, "You meant it for evil, but God meant it for good." Consider Ruth, whose widowhood seemed like devastation but became the doorway to a lineage of kings. Consider Paul, who saw prisons not as failures but as pulpits for letters that would shape the faith of generations. Their stories remind you, good is not always obvious in the moment, but it always emerges in the end. Beloved, the key is trust. You do not always have to understand the pattern to trust the weaver. A tapestry looks chaotic from the underside, threads crossing, knots tied, colors seeming random. But turn it over, and the picture is revealed. Your life right now may feel like the underside messy, tangled, confusing, but one day, heaven will flip it, and you will see the masterpiece, every thread in its place, every color in its purpose, every knot essential to the whole. Do not despise the knots. They are the very points where strength is secured. Do not resent the dark colors. They provide contrast for the light. Do not fear the messy intersections. They are what create the design. Without them, the tapestry would be incomplete. Chosen one, you must also remember that good does not always mean easy. What is good for your soul may be painful for your flesh. What is good for your destiny may stretch your patience. What is good for eternity may feel heavy in the moment. But when you surrender to the weaver's hands, you find peace in knowing that even the painful threads are part of the design. Beloved, your life is not ordinary because your calling is not ordinary. You were never meant to wander without purpose. Every step has been written. Every moment has been accounted for. And even when you tried to take control, even when you tried to write your own story, grace intercepted, mercy redirected, providence realigned. You are here not because you never faltered, but because purpose refused to let you go. This is why you cannot compare your story to others. Their tapestry is not yours. Their colors, their threads, their knots are different. To envy their design is to misunderstand your own. Trust that your picture, though different, is no less beautiful. Trust that your process, though unique, is no less purposeful. You are chosen for a story unlike any other, and only you can carry it. Chosen one. Lift your eyes from regret. Release the weight of what you think should have been. Embrace what is being woven. Even now, threads are being added, connections made, patterns formed. You may not see the full picture yet, but you will. And when you do, you will not wish for another's story. You will rejoice in your own. Until then, walk with faith. Believe that every tear, every prayer, every act of obedience is a thread of light. Believe that every trial, every test, every breaking is a knot of strength. Believe that every delay, every silence, every rejection is a shade of contrast. And trust that the hands weaving your life are steady, faithful, and incapable of error. Beloved, your story is not a tragedy. It is a testimony. It is not fragments, it is a whole. It is not wasted, it is purposeful. And when the final chapter is revealed, you will see clearly what now. You can only believe that all things truly did work together for good. Because you loved him. Because you were called. Because you were chosen. Chosen one. As you near the end of this journey of words, remember this: you were never meant to rush, never meant to scramble, never meant to live enslaved to fear of missing your moment. Your path has always been sacred, and sacred paths reveal themselves in their own time. The story written over your life does not stumble in haste. It unfolds with precision. Every pause has been intentional. Every delay has been protective. Every silence has been holy. It is written in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3. For the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay. These words are your anchor. They remind you that what you are waiting for is not slipping away, not forgotten, not lost. It has an appointed time, and that time cannot be stolen. Beloved, the temptation to rush has haunted you. You have felt the weight of impatience, the sting of watching others advance while you seem to wait in stillness. You have wondered if you missed your chance, if destiny passed you by. But let truth break through the lie. Nothing meant for you can be taken from you. No hand of man, no scheme of darkness, no failure of your own can erase what heaven has ordained. Rushing is the enemy of revelation. When you rush, you grasp for substitutes. You settle for Ishmaels instead of waiting for Isaacs. You trade eternal promise for temporary relief. You run ahead of grace and find yourself weary, burdened, striving without rest. But when you wait, when you trust, when you let the path reveal itself, you discover that his timing is perfect, his provision complete, his plan unshakable. Chosen one. Your path has been unlike others because your calling is unlike others. Do not measure your progress by their pace. Do not envy their seasons. Do not covet their crowns. What is theirs cannot fit you, and what is yours cannot fit them. Your story has been written line by line, not rushed, not careless, but crafted with care by the author of eternity. Think of Jesus, who waited 30 hidden years before 3 public ones. Think of David, anointed yet sent back to fields before thrones. Think of Joseph, carrying dreams through pits and prisons before palaces. None of them rushed. None of them were late. All of them arrived exactly when they were meant to. And so will you. Beloved, the waiting has not been wasted. In the hidden years, you were forged. In the quiet seasons, you were refined. In the pauses, you were strengthened. You may not have seen the progress, but heaven did. And soon, the unveiling will prove that nothing was lost, that every moment had purpose, that every delay was design. Do not despise small beginnings. Do not curse hidden seasons. Do not resent slow unfolding. These are holy, for they protect the weight of what is coming. You are not running late, you are in sync with eternity. And when the moment comes, it will come suddenly, swiftly, undeniably. What lingered will arrive. What tarried will break forth. What you waited for will stand before you. And you will see that it was worth every tear, every prayer, every patient step. Chosen one, walk gently now. The path is revealing itself. Do not rush ahead. Do not turn aside. Do not despair. Keep your eyes steady, your heart anchored, your spirit quiet. Trust the unfolding. Trust the author. Trust the timing. For what has been promised will not prove false, and what has been delayed will not be denied. And when the fullness comes, you will not only receive the promise, you will become the promise. You will stand as living testimony that those who wait on the Lord are never disappointed, never abandoned, never forgotten. You will shine as proof that patience is not weakness, but strength. You will carry crowns not of haste, but of endurance. Chosen one, hear this as the final seal. Your story is not late. Your calling is not lost. Your crown is not slipping away. The path will reveal itself, and when it does, you will walk it with unshakable confidence, for you will know that every step, every pause, every season has led you here. You are chosen. You are sealed. You are ready. Walk forward now, not in haste, but in peace, for the revelation awaits its time, and its time is near. Chosen one, you have reached the end of this journey of words, yet the journey of your destiny is only beginning. Everything you have heard, every reminder, every call to patience and faith, was not coincidence, it was appointment. You were meant to be here, to read this, to feel this truth settling deep in your spirit. You are chosen, you are sealed, and your path will reveal itself in perfect time. Now I speak to you not only as one who delivers a message, but as one who invites you into a community of light. This space is not about fleeting words, it is about building a sanctuary for those marked, those called, those who know they are different. And so, with sincerity, I ask you, do not let this moment pass silently. Let your agreement be visible. Let your alignment be public. Let your declaration be shared. If this message has spoken into your heart, I ask you to like it, not as routine, not as habit, but as testimony. By pressing that simple button, you are saying, I receive this word. I agree with its truth. I honor its voice in my life. Every like is a stone placed on the altar of remembrance, marking the day you chose to believe again, to trust again, to walk without rushing. And I ask you to share it, not for numbers, not for vanity, but because someone in your circle is standing at the edge of despair right now, waiting for a word to pull them back. You may not even know who they are, but heaven knows. By sharing, you become the messenger. By sharing, you extend the light. By sharing, you might be saving a soul from giving up. This is not small, it is sacred. I invite you also to comment, right from your heart. Maybe one sentence, maybe one word, maybe a declaration like, I trust His timing, or I am chosen. Your words are not only for you, they are seeds for others who will read. Someone will scroll through and see your declaration, and it will strengthen them to keep walking. Do not underestimate the ripple of your words. Your comment is community. Your comment is confirmation. Your comment is courage made visible. And finally, I ask you with all sincerity to subscribe, not out of pressure, but out of hunger. If this word has nourished your spirit, then let the flow continue. By subscribing, you are choosing to stay connected to the stream of encouragement, correction, and truth that heaven is releasing here. It is not about building a crowd, it is about building a remnant. And you are part of that remnant. You are not meant to walk alone. You are meant to journey with others who are chosen, who are walking the same narrow road. Beloved, these actions like share, comment, subscribe may seem simple, but they are acts of alignment. They are ways of saying, I will not let this word pass me by unnoticed. I will not hide the truth that has touched me. I will declare it. I will spread it. I will stay connected to it. So let this be your final prophetic act in this script. Place your agreement where others can see it. Share the light with those who need it. Anchor yourself to this family of chosen ones, for you were never meant to rush, never meant to walk blind. You were meant to walk in covenant, in community, in confidence. I bless you as you step forward. May your path reveal itself with clarity. May your heart find peace in timing. May your spirit rise with strength. And may your crown, already prepared, soon be placed upon your head. Chosen one, rise, respond, and remain connected. The journey continues.